Esta es Tercera Llamada. Tercera Llamada. Comenzamos.
I do not know. If I look into it.
La libertad es una decisión. La libertad es ser dueño de uno mismo. La libertad es encontrar tu lugar. Es conectar, pensar, hacer, crecer, innovar para prosperar. La educación abre la puerta a la libertad. Elige ser libre. Universidad de la Libertad.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Clapping it. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Daniel Shelson. I am the Director General for the Future Talent Council. And I'm afraid to say that you're going to be hearing a lot from me today and tomorrow, so I'll hold the proper introductions, but I'm very happy to have you here. First things first, I'm a man of order. People laughing in the background. Two things I want to say. One, the Wi-Fi down here can be a little bit spotty. So I would suggest you try to get on the Wi-Fi over the course of these days, which is splendid, and you'll find all kinds of stuff and QR codes around here. So that's my number one suggestion. The second suggestion is that we have a brilliant translation service, as you can see right here. And it's an AI-driven, superb service, and you can get the captions. Even if you do hear, it's a tremendous service. I came here from Sweden. It's far, far away, and I do speak a bit of English, but even my English-speaking colleagues say that they need translation sometimes when I speak. So it's a pretty good thing to have. Like I said, super excited to be here. We have more than 20 nationalities in the rooms, right, in this room right now. And we all represent the government sector, the corporate sector, and the educational sector, which is critical because coming together and integrating is the only way that we're going to be able to effectively solve and work on the challenges that we are currently facing in terms of the future of work and learning. If we get warmed up here a little bit, hands up if you think that your organization is already being affected about AI today. Hands up. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. And hands up if you think that employers and educators are not working together in a pace enough right now to counter these changes. Perfect. Then we're going to have a lot for you here over these 2 days. And I'm very excited about it. Now it's my absolute pleasure to formally welcome for the official welcome address Universidad de Libertad Rector Jorge Díaz Cuervo. Thank you so much.
Gracias, muchas gracias a todos y a todas. Quiero empezar por agradecer a Daniel por haber confiado en la Universidad de la Libertad, por traer por primera vez a América Latina Future Talent Forum México. También quiero agradecer a Ben Nelson y a Sharan Singh, nuestros socios de Minerva Project, por haber insistido durante 2 años en la pertinencia de lograr este acercamiento con Future Talent Council. Gracias por su visión, gracias por confiar en la universidad y por pensar que la Universidad de la Libertad puede ser la sede de este tipo de eventos en México y en América Latina. Y gracias a los expertos, estudiosos y gestores de talento que nos acompañan el día de hoy. Sean todos bienvenidos a la Universidad de la Libertad. Esta universidad es un proyecto impulsado por la visión de Ricardo Salinas Pliego, un hombre poco común, un hombre de acción, un hombre de empresa, un empresario muy exitoso, pero también un hombre de ideas, un hombre inquieto intelectualmente, comprometido con valores y principios, destacadamente con el valor de la libertad. ¿Cuál es esa visión de Ricardo Salinas Pliego? Su visión es que es solo en contextos de libertad en donde se puede innovar, en donde la creatividad del ser humano surge. Y en ambientes de competencia es en donde se genera prosperidad para todos. En efecto, solo en entornos de libertad se desata, se despliega el enorme potencial de cada persona, de cada individuo. Por ello, en la universidad creemos que programas de formación, programas de educación rígidos, que fijan su atención solo en el pasado, que se diseñan casi exclusivamente para otorgar títulos o grados académicos, ya no funcionan. Hoy los programas deben concebirse y diseñarse para, en entornos de libertad y de responsabilidad, desatar pasión por el aprendizaje, pasión por explorar, pasión por descubrir, pasión por cuestionar. Debe generar hambre por innovar y por competir. Solo así formaremos individuos con los reflejos y las capacidades para reaccionar con agilidad a entornos cambiantes. Solo así podremos dotar a nuevas generaciones de las herramientas para desarrollar todo su potencial. Para terminar, una provocación a todos y a todas ustedes. ¿Será que en este tiempo, en la era que algunos llaman la era de la gran disrupción o la era de las tecnologías exponenciales, quienes nos dedicamos a la formación y a la gestión de talento, necesitemos un nuevo lenguaje, dar nuevo significado, peso y valor a las palabras? ¿Será que para desatar el potencial de una persona, la experiencia ya no sea tan determinante y un título no sea garantía? ¿Será que ahora valga más la agilidad y la adaptabilidad a entornos cambiantes e inciertos? ¿Será que navegar en un mar carente de certezas, entornos inéditos y dimensiones que trascienden la realidad y retan el sentido común, requiere habilidades que aún no reconocemos ni sabemos nombrar? Nuevamente, bienvenidos a la Universidad de la Libertad y que sean 2 días de cuestionarnos, de pensar y de encontrar nuevas formas para desatar el gran talento que todos como individuos tenemos. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos.
Wow, yes. I said here, when I first set foot here yesterday, I said that you just walk in the door here and then you feel like this is an institution where you build the future. You're not waiting around for it. And I think that you can sense that everywhere here. And a special welcome to all the students that we have around us here as well. Maybe the most important crowd to have with us. I am going to try to frame a little bit of the discussions going on here right now. What we're going to be spending the next 2 days thinking about and working on, and hopefully give you some insights to what our members around the world are currently finding and understanding as they plan for the future of work. The world of work and learning is changing, right? I mean, you only have to, you can sense it on a day-to-day basis. Someone says that, jobs are not at risk, but then you use ChatGPT and you say, well, it feels like it's changing quite a lot. And there's little bit of that going on, right? And you only have to look at the news, really, to feel like there's a lot going on in this moment around the world, right? But more than anything, I would say that this moment is your moment. And that's not a marketing gimmick, because a lot of people around the world need your support right now. This is your moment to lead, to engage, to initiate a positive impact on the work of learning. Think about it. We have the next generation here around us right now. We meet them every day in the work with the Future Talent Council. They're looking at this job market, not really knowing how to connect with it. How will this work market work for them? How do they fit into it? How will they approach it? Can they rely on this work market to be there for them, to build families, to build futures, right? And you couldn't blame them for asking that question. Next, you have the middle bracket, people like me, right? In the middle of their careers, firmly established, but a while to go still, right? And many of us might have thought that we have the most amount of, role transformations, pivots, reinventing ourselves behind us rather than ahead of us, right? So that was a little bit of a surprise, right? You're like, come on, I thought I had this figured out. And then you have to go and change all over again. And to reinvent oneself at 40, 50, 60 takes a mindset shift. It takes a new mental model of thinking about what is work in our lives. And then lastly, the most experienced workers. I bet you think that when I'm working with the Future Talent Council, me and my team, we spend most of our time helping organizations and with the next generation talent. And that's true, but you'd be surprised how often I sit in meetings about how do we attract and retain and develop the 60-year-old, the 65, the 70-year-old? How do we combine a pay package or a benefit package or flexible work model that will make us being able to, keep having these most experienced workers, the mentoring, the experience, the knowledge within the organization still. So this transformation goes across the entire workforce, all work brackets. In the middle of all this is you, all of you here, right? Leaders in your prime, destined to help guide organizations and communities through this transformation. And that's what I hope that we can start doing here today and then keep doing together. The coming 2 days, starting now, will be about action, positive impact, moving from insight to action on behalf of all the people that need us. Thank you again, Rector Diaz, for welcoming us to this beautiful campus and these institutions. Every interaction I've had there with this organization has been of quality and of a great intent. And if anyone in this room is currently not working with the Universidad Libertad in some way, in a partnership or similar, I suggest you start making that happen right now. Because in this institution, something very big and very impactful is being built right now. Thank you also for the phenomenal work that the broader team is doing here. We have operations, we have marketing, we have catering, the people that might not be in the spotlight here today, but that have been absolutely essential to making this happen. Key people, Guillermo, Irma, Jose Carlos around the world, all of you here has been absolute rocks, operating on the highest global level, and we really appreciate your efforts. Now, Future Talent Council, what on the earth is that? This looks like a pandemic, but it's not. So Future Talent Council is a global member organization, real quickly. We connect to about 1,000 institutions worldwide, ministries of labor and education, educational leadership, and senior corporate executives. We're completely independent, funded by annual membership fees, so not connected to any states, no subject matter interest, no grant, donation, nothing like that. We're only here by the members, for the members, trying to help the best institutions in the world advance their positioning and ultimately deliver better working and learning lives for people around the world. That is very, very important. If you look at some actual tangibles, how do we do that? We try to create data sets on the strategic opportunities of every single member. What is on your desk? What is this institution trying to achieve? And then we have a big global annual event calendar, annual event in Stockholm, June 16 to 17, the quote-unquote Davos for talent, and a big event calendar virtually as well. This being a prime example of a global event too. Research publications, data gathering on behalf of our members. How can we put signal, not noise, in front of people that make important decisions? Cooperation building, a lot of partnerships. How do we help members expand their footprint around the world? And impact leadership. All you are brilliant people. How can more people than today benefit from that? How can, if you have an organization today in Sweden, how can someone in Singapore or Sydney or Los Angeles benefit from that as well? That kind of footprint expansion is a lot of what we do. Now, before I get into more specifics about the work that what we've learned over the past year or so, this is my grandfather. If you ever do a big presentation, you have to always start with your grandfather drinking beer. This is Carl. My grandfather. So I'm from a truck driver's family. Carl was a truck driver. My dad is a truck driver. And on this photo, I'm sure he's parked his truck like on some German or Dutch road. He drove a lot around Europe. So there he is. He passed away when I was 12 years old. But I used to love sitting around listening to him talking about his work. That was the best thing, He had his heydays in the 1970s in Europe, right? And he, one example being, he came to work one Monday. The first thing he got in his hand is a big brown envelope full of cash, multiple currencies, and it's like, you're going to take that truck and you're going to drive from Sweden to Saudi Arabia, right? And obviously, no internet, no mobile phones, no GPS, no open borders, nothing like that, right? The cash was supposed to bribe government officials to come into nations, bribe, patrol cars, whatever, to drive through the 18 countries to get down to Saudi Arabia, and then, come back in 3 months. That was the work assignment, right? It wasn't safe. It was borderline illegal, I'm sure, and I have no idea what kind of working conditions he was operating under, right? But for a kid hearing those stories, wow, right? I mean, work was the coolest things. He told me how having to stop for camels on the road, right? Again, bribing soldiers to pass through border controls, having tea with Bedouins when they're trying to help him fix his car by the side of the road. Mesmerizing stuff, right? And later, he actually took this truck and turned it into a trafficking vessel, funny enough, for the family, and helped smuggle people from the Soviet East into the West, across the Berlin Wall, to help them find better futures or reconnect with families. And I cannot understand how this was allowed to happen, but at one point, I was there. 5 or 6 years old, I remember, looking in through like a scratch in the Berlin Wall, seeing a heavily armed patrol guard there, and that's something you never forget, right? And now, today, a parent myself, all I can tell my parents is that they should be locked up for allowing that to happen. But why is this all relevant, right? So again, my dad was a truck driver, my grandfather was a truck driver. The thing is, when we were on the kitchen table, when they always talked about work, their working lives never did not change. But they always told me that change was good, right? The GPS came out. Yes, we know where we are, right? Phones, they came in with phones as big as trunk cases, right? It was phenomenal. But they were super happy about it, right? Europe was reunited. The internet came about, and so forth, right? I've never heard anything about excitement about change in the workplace growing up, right? Change was always there, and change was part of the fun, right? Fast forward to today, right? My kids are 7 years old and 10 years old, and I know a lot about the future of work, right? Still, I often feel like I want to round them up. You're screwed, right? Because that's what it feels a couple of times with this transformation, right? No one told my grandfather that he had to redesign his workplace or that things were looking bleak, right? Inventing the future was always exciting. What was new was cool. Today, all the cool things are problems. And I'm not sure that's really true, right? I'm not saying that we have to go into this now being naive techno-optimists, but we should acknowledge that this is the most exciting time ever to be alive, right? We can build the future together with tools that previous generations could only dream of, right? And even if we don't hand anything to the next generation, we have to hand them optimism, right? Sometimes I feel like we're a little bit this guy, right? And John and Amir and I and some others, we were in Abu Dhabi the other month, sitting around in these autonomous cars, and this is a little bit what it felt like, right? But this transformation that we're seeing right now in a lot of our organizations, I feel like we're sort of in the back seat of this whole thing, right? We are seeing change happen to us rather by some unseen force. And that has to stop right now, right? Because this discussion is not about what jobs AI will or will not take. It's about what assignments we will give it, right? We are designing this thing, and we have to start doing that intentionally, and we have to do that very quickly. We don't have that much time, right? We have to intentionally design the work that we want. I cannot understand how we can think about our own jobs, because we spend a lot of time, working, right? What jobs do we want to have? That is the question. Not what we will be handed to us. That's not how this works. Then we've turned the technology all upside down. We control this thing, and we have to take back that narrative, and that starts right now. Not stop technological change, but you can shape it. We already know that. 40 years ago, you have a beautiful anthropology museum here in Mexico City. 40 years ago, the anthropologist Clifford Geertz said that human beings are unfinished animals. Human nature is created. It's not discovered, right? Human nature is the product of the society that surrounds us, of the institutions, the workplaces, the learning places that we build around us. That's how we shape human nature. So in this very moment, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of human nature do we want to help design next? Because that's, however intentional we are about it, to be frank, and however active in our working lives, everyone here today is shaping that human nature right now by our choices on a day-to-day basis. And what I think we should be designing, and that's the work that we do at the Future Talent Council, is a human nature that is seeking to challenge, engage, have meaning and satisfaction from work. How can it be any other thing, right? So let's have a look at some of that work that we are doing. This is a world map. So I need your help now. Give me a country. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to travel? Anything? Japan. Great choice. Just what I was thinking. This is Japan. This is Yoshi, member of the Future Talent Council. Mark and Sharon and I, a couple of us met Yoshi in 2018, 2019, something like that. Former HR director of Levi's and Procter & Gamble. In Japan, a lot of the FTC work that we're doing is focusing on better understanding automation and the human robotic workforce. Now, why on earth is that the focus? Well, because as we speak right now, the Japanese economy is losing 500,000 consumers every year, right? A third of the Japanese population is over the age of 65. If we broaden that to also include China, China alone is currently losing 1.4 million people every year. This is Asma Sheikh, another member of Future Talent Council that we do a lot of work with, from the Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank. They spend about $100 billion trying to build a new infrastructure for society, ranging from solar panels to robots helping to take care of elderly. If we broaden it to South Korea as well, on that one, that working age population in South Korea is projected to half of the coming decades. And by the way, Eastern Europe, that's Bulgaria, have already lost 10% of their workforce of the previous 2 decades. Now, in the workforce context, these countries will go through major labor shortages, aging workforces, and they'll have productivity challenges. I mean, countries like Japan and South Korea will need robots and automation to fill those gaps. On markets like this, any dialogue concerning automation taking jobs is completely irrelevant, right? Because these jobs, this automation is about filling positions that no one is there to apply for. It's not about a human or a robot, it's about service or no service. That's how we frame that discussion. It's technology integrated alongside humans in a seamless and value-added way. Now, if you flick around through some of these photos, that looks quite nice. But this one, you have to be honest, it can look a little bit dystopian, right? But you know who doesn't think so? These people. Because, we have it, I don't know if you know the Tamagotchi effect, but human beings relate to and feel great emotional connection to software, to robots, to all kinds of weird stuff, to be honest. But let's keep it here now. Across randomized trials, you see measurable reductions in loneliness and depression. You see, pleasure and engagement being good. You see short-term improvements in mood and comfort. We can even see measurements in how people feel less physical pain if they've got a great robot to hang out with. And that is meaningful innovation in the way that we really need it, and that's how we add value. That's another country right here. So let's fly around the world. Here you have Nigeria. This is Temi Daly, the Chief HR Officer of Sterling Bank. They've got about 1 million active customers right now across Africa, a dear friend of ours. When we work with them, we normally work on stuff such as work readiness and strengthening the female labor force. In those dialogues, one thing stood out to me very recently. If we start comparing workforces, so if we start with the Sterling Bank here in Africa, and we've asked a lot of people how they feel about AI at work. In Sterling Bank's demographic, 78% believe that AI would have a positive impact on society overall. In Europe, where I'm from, Anders here is from Helsinki in Finland, only 16% of adults say that they are more excited than concerned about AI. Now, these numbers are scientific, but the comparison is not scientific, but it helps paint a very interesting picture, right? For the fastest growing regions in the world, AI is not a problem or a challenge. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to leapfrog to the front of the pack and build future and build new lives. They are throwing themselves at it, and they will win. Nigeria is projected to almost double its population from 230 million to 400 million, right? And over 60%, think about the Japan number, over 60% of Nigeria's population is under 25. To that, we can add Kenya, from 49 million to 70 million, 37% under the age of 15. Here is Carol, our dear friend from Kenya, from Big Picture Learning Kenya. They're building a business school for students in Kenya from underserved areas, right? And for US dollar 380, we fund one business student for a full year. So find her and support that if you can. Tanzania, 72 million to 137 million, 43% under the age of 15. These are the future economies. Pakistan, the fourth or fifth largest country in the world, 257 million to 372 million. It's incredible, right? These are young, even India, Christ's sakes. We can get that. Boost up the numbers a little bit. 147 to 1.68 billion. By far the largest population on Earth. A major driver of any growth that we're going to see. These are young, ambitious economies, right? This is a very shared study from last year. This one is from Melbourne Business School and KPMG. And even if you don't see the exact countries here, it's a percentage of the workforce that is using AI at work regularly, right? And here you can see the same thing. Here you got in the top, you got Nigeria, you got Egypt, right? All those, and here, Germany, Sweden, thank you very much, Canada, Mark, this is that. And if you are currently a developing economy, things are looking pretty exciting. But if you're Sweden or Germany, you have a lot of societal workforce development and upskilling to do. And we'll get to that. But in a few years, the middle class in Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa will outnumber the middle class in the US and Europe combined. The global economy will soon, for the first time in history, be driven by non-Western consumers. Now, if I say the term immigration, I think you get some visuals, right? I bet it's not this visual. Because immigration will be more about red carpets than walls. How can we get more people in, right? It's going to be about marketing campaigns, well-funded marketing campaigns from nations to try to attract more people, offering better benefits. Get a house, come over here. If you have a kid, anything to attract the human talent, right? This is a future where countries compete fiercely to attract and retain talent. The talent war will be about how fast can an economy and a nation transform, upskill workers, attract the global youth, and embrace new work models. Because we will not have anywhere near the amount of people that we're going to need. Let's fly to Germany. This is another fascinating Future Talent Council member. SAP, the software giant. Now, this is Christian Schmeichel, the SVP of Global People. Now, Europe has got it all figured out, right? But Europe is slow. Another member, by the way, Munich University of Applied Sciences, our dear friend Sven, and Sebastian Kreibisch here, yeah. So the thing is, roughly 1 million Germans work in the car industry. And they produce brilliant cars. But the challenge is that they went from this to this, and then to this, and now to that. And the thing is that all these transformations can sometimes have the same people, but completely different skill sets. So the societal upskilling programs, the societal-wide upskilling programs continuously evolve, might be the biggest business opportunity of a generation. We've been working continuously with the European Union in trying to fix this as well, trying to identify entrepreneurs early and support them with fractional learning exactly when they need it, and then continue in doing so. The thing is, Germany and Europe's got another 3 cool things too. Strong unions, strong public school systems, and EU regulation. Great things, quality things. The problem? That. It's also widely considered to be the 3 slowest things in the world, those 3 things, right? And that's Europe for you right now. Europe will have a pace problem. Let's fly up to UK. we work with an FTC member that is very prominent is Sam and Randstad, right? Randstad is a Dutch company, but the office that is most active with the FTC is from London. They recently surveyed 30,000 people late last year. And a fascinating thing that we found what we call an AI reality gap, right? Amongst those 30,000, 20% of the workers, 1 in 5, said that AI will probably have zero impact on their day-to-day jobs. No, that's going to happen to me, right? But when we asked their employers, 72% were reinventing the whole workforce, their whole workplace, right? They deemed traditional careers outdated. They're going to change it all, right? So here we have a perception within the workforce, but the bosses are planning for something different. And that's we have to work with, right? I mean, we saw a 1,587% increase in job ads requiring agent skills, right? This is about portfolio careers, fractional work, and fractional learning. The thing is, I mean, and we're going to be, to summarize it, there are going to be more work opportunities than ever, but presented very differently. The thing is, we found something shady about that AI reality gap as well, right? In 2025, there were 50,000 layoff messages from around the world stating AI as the reason for the layoff, right? Now, do you think how many of those 50,000 organizations have vetted AI applications, ready to go, ready to fill jobs? Let's go, no problem, right? Zero, almost. Right? This is about either AI washing at worst or organizations preparing, right? But I think as we think about how AI is affecting the workforce, we should know that companies currently, I mean, you see a lot of the headlines, companies currently laying off workers are doing so because of AI's potential, not AI's performance. And that's a nuance that we should think about when we plan these things. Another thing that we, from 24, this is Lightcast Data, a great FTC partner. When you think about AI jobs, that is not the same as tech jobs, right? And in 24, according to this study, and I'll give you all the sources later, but over half of the job postings stating that the AI skills were required were outside traditional IT roles, right? This is not an IT thing or a computer science thing. AI skills is company-wide, all roles, and that's important for us to know. Let's just quickly, before we round up here, go to the US. This is Eric Brynjolf's son from Stanford. I talked to him last week. He's currently doing a lot of work on early careers. How is AI affecting the early talent pipeline of companies, right? And just to make some fun, because they have so much friendly now, let's add Canada, because then we get the Trump map up there that he wants, right? And the Canadians won't accept this. Here we got Toronto Metropolitan University, a great FTC member. Stephen Liss, Mark Patterson is right here. Mark is from Magnet, the Future Work Lab at Toronto Metropolitan University, and we've also co-founded an AI Center for AI Futures, where we combine the research of our FTC ecosystem on how AI is affecting the labor market. Anyway, we've done a lot of, not studies, but we've combed through a lot of data on what is actually signal and voice noise on how AI is and is not affecting the young workforce, right? And we can say a couple of things. Yes, there is a vulnerability in the job market right now globally for entry-level positions, for sure, right? It is beginning to affect entry-level employment, especially in high-exposed occupations, software development, customer support. I was talking to a leader in Anthropic the other week. Now 60% of their code is being done by AI. I mean, also people, but with the help of AI, right? And he said that within 2 years, a software developer role will look completely different from today. They're not going to have fewer people, but if you look at it, the job of a software developer today is going to be completely transformed in 2 years, according to him. Like I said, 22 to 25-year-olds most exposed right now. But the patterns, yes, they're consistent with AI being a driver, but that's not, we can't fully, we have an economic contraction a little bit. And primarily, it's worth remembering, when we talk about the entry-level jobs being vulnerable right now, we're not talking about youth unemployment or youth layoffs necessarily. We're talking about caution. Right? We're talking about that we see that hiring is slowing, the big freeze, so to speak, right? Fewer opening, not mass layoffs, right? And also, I mean, I spend every day talking to executives around the world. No one is not recognizing that it would be a fatal mistake to cut off the youth talent pipeline at this moment, right? No one can afford to doing that, but we also know that dollars and cents can be powerful, and if there's profits to be had, they can. But we have to guard that together, because if we cut that early talent pipeline, it's not going to be a good thing, right? Lastly, welcome back to Mexico, everyone. This first ever event of ours in Mexico. The world is looking to this country right now and seeing a friendly and positive population, a geopolitically important actor, perfectly positioned for growth and prosperity. Mexico doesn't have the population boom of definitely not Japan, Nigeria or Tanzania or something like that. It also doesn't have the aging population of a Japan or South Korea. And this transformation we're talking about here is not happening in 2050. It's happening right now. And Mexico is perfectly positioned to make the most out of the position right now and a human-centric future of work. I'm going to end with a couple of summary points. Without even mentioning technology, we are entering a new era where we have more grandparents and grandchildren. The middle class, like I said, in Asia and Sub-Sahara will outnumber the middle class in the US and Europe combined. That will, if you don't have a talent strategy or commercial strategy for that part of the region yet, this is the time to have that and form new partnerships. There will be more wealth owned by women than men for the first time ever. And if you throw some super intelligent machines into that mix, I think that we all have some very interesting things to discover over the coming 2 days. These are transformational times. Our job here, all of us, is to make the most of them and to go from that insight into the important impact. And if not for us right here, although we will experience this in our working lives right now, so if not for us, so for the ones that come after us. Thank you so much. And now here I go again. This is a new speaker coming on stage. I couldn't get enough of it. Jokes aside, it's time to welcome our brilliant opening panel. When we design content and events here at the Future Talent Council, we want to always start with the broader strokes. Then we want to go down to perspectives from a cross-sector arena, and then into breakouts where you roll up your hands and really get to work with your strategic priorities. And this is a session in that direction. I'm very proud to introduce an integral part of this institution, actually, Minerva Project. I met Sharon and that crew many years ago when it was just taking shape, and it's been an absolute joy to see that organization shaped to the powerhouse that it is today. So please welcome Chief Growth Officer of the Minerva Project, my friend Sharon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, sorry. No, we don't need this. There we go. You can hold this.
Thank you. Great. As they're putting the chairs up, I want to express my gratitude, first and foremost, to Jorge and the entire crew here at Universidad de la Libertad. It's a real joy to be back here in Mexico City at this beautiful facility. It's very impressive, and it's going to stimulate, I think, a very engaging conversation over the next day and a half. And also sincere gratitude to our friends from the Future Talent Council. This is looking to be, I think we need one more seat. 5. It'll be a stimulating conversation. This opening panel is about shared futures and shared responsibilities. We're at a moment now where many of the factors that have shaped societies and organizations are changing. Daniel, I think your microphone is still on. And so artificial intelligence, big data, computing speed, interconnectivity is all changing how we think about the evolution of organizations and society. And there's no question that we have a shared responsibility between industry and academia to do this in a much more intentional and meaningful way. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Carlo Mondragon. Carlo, you can take the first seat. Carlo is the Chief HR Officer for Grupo Salinas. This is an organization with 150,000 employees spread across multiple companies, one of the largest in Mexico, if not Latin America. And as the Group Chief HR Officer, Carlo brings a vast amount of experience, is an understatement, but quite unique perspectives on talent and the future of talent, the creation, nurturing, and evolution of talent. So thank you for joining us, Carlo. Next is Ana Laura Atuna. Please join. Thank you. Ana Laura is the Chief HR Officer for Cotemar. Cotemar is a services company in the oil and gas industry, operating in Mexico and in other regions of the world, in an industry that is going to face a certain level of disruption, and we're going to scratch that a little bit during the panel. Because there's always an assumption that AI is going to disrupt everything. And in some instances, that's not immediately apparent. Next, we have Edward Rocart. Edward, please join. Thank you, Edward. Thank you very much. Edward is the Rector Emeritus of Universidad Peruana de Ciencias Aplicadas. Amongst his many accolades and titles, he's also a commissioner on WASC, the accrediting agency in the United States. He's a partner of Minerva's for a number of years, and Edward brings a significant amount of experience as a leader of a large, complex organization. UPC in Peru is about 70,000 students, open access university with students coming from all walks of life and preparedness, and very much at the frontier of training the talent of the future. And finally, last but not least, is our friend Jorge, who you all heard from. Please welcome Jorge. Jorge is a friend and collaborator, the rector of Universidad de la Libertad, a co-conspirator with what we're doing at Minerva. And now that you know who the panel is, our aim and our hope this morning is to serve as a stimulant for the rest of this event, the rest of today and tomorrow. We're going to look at the perspectives coming from industry and from education, and then really, I think, arrive at the end of the panel around what it might look for these sectors to work much more closely together. So the first thing I'm going to do is a rapid fire round. Take 30 seconds if you can, and ask a kind of icebreaker. This is to warm things up. And the question is, the future of talent is being most influenced by. What is influencing the future of talent most? And let's start with Carlo.
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you for the introduction. It sounds really nice when you say it. Sounds better
Well
than
deserved,
with
well
me.
deserved.
Thank you. The future of talent, I believe that is going to be defined by three things quickly. The meaning of success. Today, we are seeing that people, it's not longer thinking the success as we think 20 years ago in the work environment, right? When you ask people, hey, would you like my position? They say, no, the price is too high. Would you like to be CEO? No, 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 no. I would like to take time for my family, my dog, and my yoga lessons, and say, oh, wow. But I'm going to pay you a lot of millions of dollars. I don't care. Yeah. That is not success for me. Success meaning is going to influence a lot in the future, and we have to be really intelligent as organizations and education, universities or high schools in order to understand how are we going to shape success meaning, because that is going to change our future of work. Secondly, people longevity. We are going to live more years, right? I supposed to live until 100 years, according with the statistics. I don't know how I'm going to do the next 50 years of my life if I am going to live 100, right? And I hope to be really rich to try to do it in the proper way. Technology possibilities. This is growing faster and faster and faster and faster, and there's more technology than humans can adopt as quick as we would like. And global regulation, right? This is going to change our future of work and talent management.
Fantastic, thank you. Ana Laura?
So for me, the future of talent is most influenced by being able to differentiating ourselves from the technology that's growing faster and faster. And there's a very fine line between the human part of it and being creative and being propositive about ideas and being innovative about it. Also ethics, right? There's a blurred line definitely when using all this technology. And ethics is very important in this age where we have seen it in the news, right? All over the place where we don't know if, oh yeah, it's really ethic or no, or So for me, that's the two really important things: being creative, innovating, not losing the human part of it, and ethics, most definitely.
It's very interesting, Daniel's introduction, where he spoke about many AI jobs are not technological jobs, and there's a natural assumption, but the consequence of that is that it's going to touch all jobs. And what is the fundamental skill set of a human being, and what role do we play in a technology-enabled world is a fundamental question. Jorge, you're next.
Thank you, Sharon. So I believe the key word is uncertainty. I believe that the set of skills necessary to develop talent now and in the future has to do with thriving through uncertainty. And we need to prepare to do that. A world full of certainties is no longer the world we live in. So we need to work on those set of skills that can prepare our youth to be able to strive and to live and to prosper and to be successful under always changing uncertainty features.
Indeed, and the nature of skills, the skills themselves are evolving and changing so rapidly. How do you future-proof a young mind? And at Minerva, we have a very firm perspective around this. It's around systems of thinking. Durable skills that are everlasting, transferable, applicable across domain. I know that this is something that is embedded in the curriculum here, but it's tough to place a bet on uncertainty. Yes. Edward.
Thank you, Joran, for the introduction, and it's a real pleasure to share the stage with my colleagues here. Daniel showed a picture of an autonomous driving car and how humans apparently are in the back seat. I believe that the future of talent is currently being sort of managed by sitting in the back seat and not taking leadership. We are not finding a way in which we fully understand the potential of AI, the impacts it may have, and many decisions are being taken based on potential and not a full understanding. In one way or another, and this might sound as an oxymoron, we need to probably take a couple steps back, but do it very fast at the same time. We need to understand what that future might bring to guarantee that we don't make the wrong decisions and end up letting or leaving the human outside the equation.
And I think there's zero question that in order to gain that perspective, academia and industry cannot do it on their own. And this is, I applaud the organizers of the event to put such an interesting panel together, because it's not normal that you see two industry leaders and two academic leaders. You always see separate conversations speaking about each other. So let's roll our sleeves up a bit now. So from the perspective of industry first, Carlo, I'm going to come to you. You are presiding over a very large organization's human resources. It's complex. You have frontline workers, you have leaders and managers, you have people that are dealing with very rudimentary technology, very advanced technology. It's a complex ecosystem. How are you thinking as the talent landscape changes about the type of talent? Is there a particular profile of talent that you're looking for? And how are you attracting them? What is the value proposition that you're saying? Why do you come to Grupo Salinas versus going to any other organization? So again, what is the type of talent you're looking for, and how are you going after them? How are you attracting them?
Okay. The type of talent we try to bring people to this environment according with our culture, according with our characteristics, according with our way of thinking, right? And we defined some years ago 6 points that should be take care of any leader helped by HR in order to bring people. And please do not understand that these characteristics only applies for general managers or directors or managers. It also applies for field service people, right? Because those are characteristics that could be reflected in daily basis for any human, okay? The first of all is entrepreneur thinking. Our founder and CEO, Ricardo Salinas, we are trying to reflect his thinking in each of these 150,000 people that were in the company. And you can see this behavior related in daily basis. People in our stores, they take care every day about the assets, the customer, the money, the process, and we are trying that they dedicate their thinking as they were Ricardo Salinas. It's difficult to bring those kind of people, but we prefer to take our time to pick them than to invite to come at every people that could have another thinking, that it's an employer, the typical employee thinking. I'm come here from 9 to 6 and that's it. If someone turn the light off or not, it's not my problem because it's not my company. We don't want that kind of characteristics. Digital mindset. Digital mindset is trying to think that technology should be an enabler to do something better than I did yesterday and to help my customer, okay? And it's as simple as to manage an intelligent iPhone or device, or create a digital agent in order to support a call center, okay? The third one is people development. We have to bring people that take care of other people in order to help them to be better. The fourth one is client centricity. We need people that think that the customer should be in the center of any of our decisions. And you can measure this better in the field services. People in field services with no clarity that the customer is the first and main thing that they should accomplish every day, and you can see it, you can measure it, and you can try to bring people with those characteristics in daily basis. We hire 45,000 people yearly, okay? And there's no science that help us to do that, but we are using data and technology trying to be better, bringing those kind of profiles. The fifth one is collaboration. We need people that like to work with other humans, that understand that by yourself it's impossible to do anything. And in an environment with multiple industries, 150,000 people, a lot of technology, process, and so on, we need people that work with other people in order to accomplish and bring value to the company. And the last one, we like to bring people to the company that like to innovate, create different things in daily basis that help me to do my job better. Not bigger plans, 2 years plan or 5-year plans. What are you going to do tomorrow in order to be better, okay? And that is an innovation thinking that we would like to bring. Those are the characteristics that we are looking for, and we develop our proper recruiting, select, and hiring tool. My colleague Cecilia Falabrino, that is here, she works in a division that we call UPAX in Grupo Salinas, and we develop our own tool. In 3 years, we have bring more than 500,000 candidates to the company. We measure them, we define who is better for which position, and we provide this kind of talent bank to our operation in order that they could measure and rank the people according with different skills and competence, and help us to accelerate with a minor cost the recruiting, selection, and hiring process for the entire company in Mexico. My pain point that I have to mention in this panel, we have not get from universities this kind of competence from students. We have struggled with academic bureaucracy in different institutions because we think that they are not working in this kind of assets, this kind of capabilities in order to guarantee that the students, when they finish 4 years and pay $20,000 for their education and guarantee that they could do this. We are struggling with that. It's not a complaint, it's just a comment.
Yeah, no, it's a reality, and it's a reality that we hear often all over the world, not just here. It's very interesting because as one thinks about the changing talent landscape, for an organization as complex and large as yours to thrive in the future, it's as much about skills and capabilities as it is about culture. And clearly those attributes also enable you to create a very particular type of culture within the organization. So as the organization evolves, the talent evolves with the organization, but it's still one team that sees the world in a similar way. So this is very provocative because we're hearing from you at scale with complexity, and I appreciate the last comment that there is a disconnect between the talent pipeline between what's being produced in a formal education setting versus what is needed. And I want to emphasize all of the things that you spoke about, the 6 things you're looking for, can be considered soft skills rather than hard skills. It's not about coding or manufacturing or whatnot. People come with those capabilities. What will give them differentiation, what you're looking for, is these softer skills. So that's important to sort of stick a pin into. I think we'll come back to that. Now, we switch to Ana Laura. So you're coming from a very different perspective. Oil and gas, you have a much sharper focus. You know very particular types of highly skilled and trained talent. Yet, robotics, data, there's all kinds of potential disruptions in the future. So let's switch from talent acquisition to talent retention. How do you train, retrain, and retain your talent?
So just to set the tone, yes, the oil and gas is a very rough, tough industry. It's very hands-on. It's very physically demanding, right? So not a lot of jobs can be replaced or easily replaced by AI, not in the field at least. But it definitely can be used for safety because it's one of the things that we must take care a lot of when we're out there in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. Yes, we still call it Gulf of Mexico. But yeah, so we need to be very, very safety-centered and focused, right? So AI can help us definitely there. But same problem as Carlo. We're not finding that in the recent grads that we hire, right? We are finding a disconnect there, and we will most definitely need to work closer with the universities or the schools where we recruit from, because we need people who take care of each other and learn or enjoy, I don't know if enjoy, but most definitely can fit in a tough environment like the oil and gas. So we are actually developing, because of this lack of finding the right talent in the universities, we're developing our Academia Cotemar. And that's where we try to teach our people not only the hard skills, right, the technical skills to do their job, but also the human skills, the human part of that. And I believe that's basic for retention of our people, because being in an industry that's so rough, so tough, so that they have to spend 14 days away from home, or maybe more depending on the weather, in really rough conditions, that we need to focus a lot on the human being, not only on the technical side of it. And safety being one of them, most definitely, but also their whole well-being, right? People need to feel that they are being cared for in an environment where they're away from home. So that's how we are training our people through our programs in Academia Cotemar. I have Roberto and Maria Pura there who are working relentlessly on that, but also on the human part of it, teaching them how to be leaders with a lot of the characteristics that Carlo described, working together, taking care of each other while they're out there. And we don't have a lot of attrition. They feel cared for, and people want to come back to us because they really know that they are being cared of in the industry. So thank you.
So, gentlemen, the gauntlet has been laid. We've heard from our industry partners that they're dissatisfied with what is being produced from higher education. We've heard that the dissatisfaction is grounded primarily in human skills, soft skills, things that we have traditionally assumed would happen by putting a young mind through magically 4 years of a bunch of classes, and all of a sudden they come out as critical thinkers and collaborators and communicators. So now we want to switch gears now, from the industry perspective to the academic perspective. Edward, I'm going to start with you. So you have just been named Rector Emeritus at UPC. You're moving on to a new role shortly, but I'm aware that you've done some major reform during your time at UPC and focused around not only ensuring relevance and producing students that are able to thrive personally and professionally, but also to make the institution more competitive. And so you've done quite a lot of recalibration internally. Tell us a bit about how you're responding to the challenge laid down by our corporate colleagues.
Thank you. It's an excellent question. And just to begin with, I totally agree with what both Ana and Carlo have mentioned. I don't want to look to blame anyone about the mismatch and the gaps between what a university should do and what industry or the market requires. But when you look at the current regulation a lot of higher ed institutions have to work with, typically what you find are that regulations are protecting obsolete models. They're moving very slowly. They're not allowing higher ed institutions to move at the speed the market requires. And that is probably our largest challenge. It doesn't mean we cannot do things to try to resolve this. Lifelong learning, upskilling, reskilling, activities that are, we normally call below the line, below the regulation. We can work on a lot of different initiatives that can help us try to close that gap with industry and the market. However, like you mentioned at UPC, I was there for 12 years, and I had sort of the opportunity of challenge the status quo and to look for different ways of providing the market with the skills and the competitiveness in our graduates that the market is looking for. And one of our partners was basically Minerva, an institution that we started working with, it's going to be already 4 years, I believe, implementing basically what I would call shock therapy at the university. And getting incoming students to real...
Not often that you hear those words from a rector of a university.
But it's basically what we ended up doing. Having incoming students change the way they study, change the way they react to academia, the way they work with each other to basically develop or accelerate the development of durable skills and guarantee that by the time they graduate, they are truly resilient, competitive, professionals that can end up adapting themselves to the world they're going to live in and the world they're going to work in. And that is something that is still in its infancy. We have only implemented the first year of that project, but the results have been fantastic in terms not only of what the students are feeling, the way they have matured in the process, but also the results as an institution. You mentioned we are an open enrollment institution in terms of re-enrollment from the students. They have complained that faculty as facilitators are working less, that students have now to do all the work. And they complain heavily about it. But they re-enroll in much larger numbers. So they're either masochists and they're enjoying the pain they're living through, or they truly understand what we're trying to do with them. And I believe that's what as an institution we need to do. We have to work with the students, make them understand that we are partners in the process, that we're preparing them for their future. And we have to work closely with industry and adapt as fast as we can. Regulators might sometimes not allow us to do it as fast as we should. I believe we have to challenge that status quo with regulators, and I believe partnering with industry to do it would probably be the best way. Having industry go to the regulators with us, telling them academia is not providing what we need. The country needs change. We need to adapt, and doing it together, I believe, would work pretty well instead of having us only be the only ones knocking at the door.
Imagine how powerful that conversation would be, you know, the collective, the shared future, shared responsibility. You know, it's interesting, we often underestimate the instincts and commitment of the youth. There's a youth panel, if I'm not mistaken, after this one. And I think they're ready to play the new game. We're seeing it in enrollments in North America. There's an increasing dissatisfaction with the product that is being offered as an education. And so, you know, universities have little choice but to start to undertake a bit more shock therapy, something that is very uncharacteristic for traditional educational institutions. But there's no mistake why we put this group together, because they laid down the gauntlet and now we have two very able challengers. So, Jorge, you are in a very unique situation. You have literally had the ability to look, you had perspective, you could look at the world around you. You're part of a large organization, being Grupo Salinas, that's very committed to a very particular type of human being and organization. And you had a blank page. You had the ability to create a university of the future. What are you doing different? Why does your model stand out compared to the more incumbents? And why do you have a better chance of achieving what the call to action is asking for?
Let me start, Sharon, by saying that in our birth certificate, it says that we acknowledge there is a growing gap between higher education and what the real world needs from higher education. So what are we doing? How do we conceive the future of education? First of all, the way we design our programs has two characteristics. First, it's very intentional. Not only every course, but every session of every course is very intentional in terms of what are the learning outcomes that we're going to be working with our students. And our taxonomy is very well thought of. So there's no chance for, you know, just working with a syllabus or a syllabi. We're very intentional in terms of how we design our programs, how we design...
Very granular, much more granular than...
Second of all, we design our sessions, our courses, thinking of the importance of acknowledging that we live in a phygital world. We try to take the best of the digital instruments that we have, and they're growing, but also we acknowledge the importance of person-in-person interaction. So we try to, in the way we design our courses, our sessions, to take the best of those two worlds, the digital and the physical interaction. And now, we also pay a lot of attention on the experience of the learning experience in the classroom. We work a lot with our facilitators. That's how we call our professors, our teachers, so that the experience in the classroom has four characteristics. First, it's very personalized. We understand that every student is different from each other. They have different dreams, different abilities, different purposes in life. So we give to each its own. We try, so our groups are small, between 14 to 15 students per group. Second, we believe active learning is the best way to learn. We also believe that skill-based learning is also very important. Those durable skills. We have about 30% of our programs work with durable skills, critical thinking, algorithmic thinking, communication skills, negotiation skills, problem-solving skills, skills needed to thrive through these uncertain times we're living in. And finally, experiential learning. We believe theory is okay, but experiential learning, learning from how the world really, how it works, how the world works, is very important. So we try to make sure that our facilitators are not only theorists or coming from an pure academic experience, but people that have had experience in real life, solving real life problems, that can bring those experiences to enrich our sessions. So in a nutshell, that's what we're trying to do. And we're trying to, and this is very important, we're trying every day to not only keep, but enhance our flexibility. We think that our learning experiences and processes have to be as flexible as possible. And we try to resist traditional, rigid models of learning. So keeping us faith to that flexibility that I think it's needed now to really build talent is very important.
Thank you. So, okay, we're perfect timing, by the way. We're very much on track. So we've heard from large industry that is increasingly looking for a very particular type of talent and creating big structures around being able to find and secure that talent. We've heard about a very particular skill set and your reaction to that being to build internal capability to actually train and ensure quality. We've heard about a rector who practiced shock therapy on his university, and which has yielded results, right? We didn't speak too much about that, but which is already yielding significant results, not just in learning outcomes, but in faculty satisfaction and collaboration. And from my understanding, there's a very strong positive momentum and energy in UPC as a result of the shock. So the patient has been resuscitated to an extent. And then we've heard about a brand new university that is behaving more like a corporation than a traditional university. Much more granular, down to the lesson plan and the activity, much more fluid and dynamic and reactionary. And so the purpose of this panel was to stimulate, to get everybody thinking about what are the possibilities of the future. So in our last 10 minutes, I'd like to peer into the future and do a simulation. Imagine we were all at the table and we were given the responsibility to draft a new constitution, the constitution of academia and industry. And what would the relationship look like? What are those principles and pillars? What are the types of things that we might do together to be able to sort of overcome some of the challenges that we've talked about here, but more importantly, to be able to leverage and take advantage of the incredible opportunities that are before us. So I'd like to open up to an open conversation and ask about your thoughts generally around what does the future of a shared responsibility between academia and industry look like. And to get us going, I'd like to pick on our colleagues from Grupo Salinas and Universidad de la Libertad. You have a very interesting project, PEAL. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. We strongly believe that learning experiences cannot only happen within the walls of a university. That there are learning experiences that can happen and can be very valuable outside of the classroom and specifically within companies, within professionals, putting students to work shoulder to shoulder with professionals is something that we believe can shorten that gap that's been growing between higher ed and the real world. So we've created this program, PEAL, which stands for Programa de Experiencias en Entornos Laborales. So it's about having learning experiences within different companies, within different subjects. We give credit to those experiences. We're talking about these 3-month sprints that are very well planned and very well thought of between the university and the company, so that it's clear which are the learning objectives that are going to be working with, what is the problem the company is trying to solve, what is the new idea they want to try out, what's the hypothesis they want to try out. And it's been very successful thus far. We're working, obviously, with companies within Grupo Salinas, but we're also having PILs with companies outside of Grupo Salinas. We put a lot of planning on these experiences, and our students, in their 4-year program, they have to have at least 3 PILs and up to 7 PILs, and we give them credit. It's like taking a course, and the results have been so far very encouraging, and we think it's a way, it's an opportunity to, as I said, close that gap between what the real world needs and what we are working with in our classrooms.
Carlo?
We also bring the second floor belongs to Grupo Salinas in this building, and we have emulation of each business unit and the main support areas. The data company that we have, their offices are here, and what we are trying to emulate is the German dual system of education, in order that in the period that the students come to the university, they have opportunity to go upstairs, work a little bit, learn a little bit, add some value, and then come back with the teachers and say, what you taught me is not true, okay? These guys are working in different way. But we're trying to do something to help the students and help the company to get talent, the students to get some education in parallel to the academic one. And also, we have in the 3rd floor, the training center for Grupo Salinas, where students are invited to come and participate in some training process dedicated to executives, for example, right? That is the effort that we are trying to bring to this environment to help not just university to create these new kind of students with the mindset as entrepreneurs, where this digital savvy that some universities are not providing, and of course, if they want the opportunity to work with Grupo Salinas, if they don't want to work with Grupo Salinas, they could find a different company. But what I have seen in the profile of these new students is that they would like to be entrepreneurs, and we celebrate that because our core is to be enterprise, each of us, right? And those are the efforts that Ricardo are trying to impulse in this country. Ricardo is trying to impulse in this country, and it's not enough. No, we think that if we could do something from the scratch, it's to link elementary education all through the way up to college education, and try to help these kids and young people to create a different. I took what Daniel said, a new mental model in order to confront the future of work and the future of our countries, in order to create a new model, not just for work, but also to create value in our societies.
Yeah, you know, what's interesting is there's all the pieces of the talent development pipeline are there. There's curriculum, content, academics, facilities, but there's a lack of coherence. It's all segmented. When you go from one class to another class, when you go from one year to another year, from one institution to another institution, there's very little continuity, and it's left on the individual to basically build their own talent over time, walking into a very increasingly uncertain playing field. So it's very helpful to hear this example of Peel. What I hope we're hearing is that, you know, you're in a unique position. You're part of a common group. You can afford to work together, and you have factors of collaboration already sort of encouraging you. But that is, you're unique in this, right? For most of the other people I imagine in this room, you don't have that environment within which to, and you also had a blank page to start. We have a couple minutes left, so I want to do a bit more rapid fire with Ana Laura and Edward. You have decided to build something internally. I imagine that deals with some near-term immediate need, but as you see your organization and industry growing, what are some of the tweaks and changes you might make to start to do things that are similar to this?
So right now we're in the Academia Cotemar, we have this aim at having multi-skilling, right? Because then we need a welder and we need a painter and we don't have enough people in the market to cover those jobs. So we are aiming at multi-skilling. What changes what I would make? Most definitely talking about the business, understanding the business itself, not only the hands-on part of the job, but the business that goes with it. What are they contributing with their actual physical work to the business? Because there's also a disconnect there. But also to be able to do that with the incoming generations, we were talking about this a bit earlier, to push the governments and the regulators to be able to do that. Right now, our main client requires us to hire people with, I don't know, 3 years of offshore experience. I'm like, okay, but if you don't allow them to go offshore, how are we gonna hire these people? They're not born there, right? So we need to find innovative ways to I don't know if to simulate offshore conditions, and if those would be good enough. That's part of your job, guys, as well. But we will be introducing that hopefully very soon in Academia Cotemar, so that we can simulate those offshore environments to be able to provide with the right skills over there.
And last but not least, Edward, you are about to embark on a new journey. And hearing everything that we've heard here today, what are 1 or 2 key lessons you're taking away to then embark on your new project starting in a few weeks? I told you it would be a little bit spicy.
This has been a truly, truly inspiring conversation, being able to be together with industry. I believe that what we have been covering today shows the importance of how academia needs to get closer to industry. For too many years, we have just been graduating students for the purpose of graduating students, having them go through an academic program that might be, and is probably obsolete. And we need to guarantee to future generations that we are intentionally guaranteeing them a relevant graduate profile. We need to work on that. That intentionality needs to be worked with industry. We cannot do it alone. When academia believes that they know everything, and I'm talking as an academic, we normally make a huge mistake. And we need to look at ourselves at the mirror and work with industry to guarantee that we are working for the future of the next generations and guarantee them that that future will be as brilliant as they're expecting it to be.
Well, in closing, I'm sure we could spend a lot more time digging into this deeper, as is always. This has been a stimulating conversation. We've heard very different perspectives coming together, a common shared understanding and commitment that there must be a much more functional and coherent working relationship to enable the creation of talent that is going to be prolific in the future. And it's not just about being employed, but being a functional and happy human being as well. And so, and not only academia and industry, but government as well, because we've heard about the regulatory constraints over and over inside here, and they are a key player in the three-legged stool. So with that, I ask you to please join me in thanking very much the panelists and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. You know, it's a good panel. Can you take it again? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. Thank you. Now, when I hear something as great as this, I felt like reminding you all that we will have the ambition to create executive summaries of many of these sessions that we can distribute to you on the event platform. So make sure that you're connected to that, and we'll be distributing as soon as we can. Talking points, key insights, and so forth. Now, if you run an organization exclusively focused on the future of talent, it might come as a good idea to have some future talent involved. That realization only took me 10 years to arrive at, but I'm here. And therefore, late last year, we launched what we call the FTC Emerging Leader Initiatives, where we invite students from all our member universities from around the world to work alongside global executives on real talent, positive impact projects. And I'm very proud to now welcome, as leader of the Emerging Leader panel, the executive director of those initiatives, Danielle Solar. Good stuff.
Thank you, Daniel. Welcome, everybody. I think I've had the privilege of meeting many of you over the past couple hours and yesterday. So yes, as Daniel mentioned, I am the Executive Director of the Emerging Leader Initiatives with the Future Talent Council, which gives me the privilege to work with students and emerging leaders from around the world. So I'd like to invite up a couple of our students today. Come on up, my friends. And I will let them introduce themselves as they answer some of our questions. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, have a seat. Really, the voices we all want to hear, right? Because what did we just hear about? The possibilities of the future? Well, these are the possibilities right up here. So they're going to help us, give us some insights into what they're thinking, what they're concerned about, how AI is influencing their lives currently, and how they might see that in the future. Okay, I'm going to sit down now. All right, so for those of you who attended, about 2 weeks ago, we had a webinar. And the webinar was really about, I think the title was something around bridging the gap. So when we talk about bridging the gap, we're looking at emerging leaders in their academic journeys, students, and then there's this gap that happens between that and industry, right? And so how are we helping build the bridge between emerging talent and industry? So in this webinar we had 2 weeks ago, we were joined by over 40 students, current students from around the world, who were kind enough to lend their voices and their perspectives to help us shape what does this gap look like and where do we need to come together. So we had some amazing HR leaders that we have here in the audience that you've already heard from, Ana Laura from Cote d'Ivoire. We have Rodrigo, who's up here, Navarro. And we will have another wonderful AI talent specialist with us this afternoon to kind of continue that conversation and help us close the gap. So what we were talking about, employer assumptions versus emerging talent realities. There's not a lot of panic happening. As much as you might read about in the different news outlets or around the world, the students, they're not panicked, but there's just some misalignment happening between students and things. So talent is not rejecting work, responsibilities, ambition. What they're asking for is clarity and coherence and fairness in systems that are moving far faster than any of us can even keep up with. So we're going to get to the students shortly because really we want to hear what they have to say. So now we're going to continue the conversation around this misalignment in this regional context. So let's dig into more of what we heard. So first, the webinar also told us another really important point before we get to our students, is that students do use AI extensively. Over 50% felt very comfortable using AI tools. That's a pretty good portion. So how does this show up daily? Where does AI help and where do you feel more human? So first I'll ask Julia R. to introduce yourself before I ask your question.
Hi, I'm Julia Rocha. I'm an undergrad student in computer science in Brazil, Federal University of Alfenas. And I'm also the founder of Elos Code, that is a project to teach young girls from vulnerable backgrounds, CS and AI using AI platforms.
Thank you. Okay, so from your perspective, giving us that wonderful background that you have in your work, so what abilities feel uniquely human in your daily learning and work?
Well, AI is very embedded in my daily life. I use it as a tool to showcase what part of my solutions I am not seeing. And I use it to rethink, to polish my answers, to prove and test opinions. But the human part comes way before that. It comes actually an ability to see each other, to see the vulnerability, and to actually make a difference, to get every resource that we have to help each other. The Alice Code was born because I saw girls who were eager, who were creative, and also saw the biggest gap between them and the university. In Brazil, the universities are free and public for everyone, but that in practice means a high competitive, and most of the times those girls can't go to university, not because they're not capable, but because they don't have the resources. And that ability is uniquely human. AI can only mimic part of it. And AI also cannot physically be there in these rooms, cannot teach those girls, cannot see eye to eye, cannot module the classroom for their needs. And that, for me, is what makes humanity, the community, the ability to still see each other, even in the situations and the life. So, for me, community is the most differentiated for all of us, and it's something worth fighting for.
Thank you very much. Very true, right? AI is, we all know, it's the predictor, right? But what it misses so much is our lived experience. It could never know an individual's lived experience. Thank you for that. So, like I said previously, the webinar, the students didn't express panic, but express uncertainty. So the readiness, they reported their readiness for entry-level positions. And, you know, somewhat prepared was about a third of the responses. So there was no talk of tech. There's no fear of tech. That didn't come up at all. But it was just uncertainty of expectations. They don't know what to expect when they go into the real world, or into careers or entry-level roles or whatever you want to call it. So next, I'm going to have Rodrigo introduce yourself briefly, please.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Well, I'm Rodrigo Bautista Lopez. I'm a student from Universidad de la Libertad, and I'm actually working at Total CyberSec, that is a company of cybersecurity sector.
Fantastic, thank you. So, Rodrigo, do you feel more empowered or more overwhelmed by the pace of technology's acceleration?
Thank you for that question. So, well, the rapid answer, the faster answer is, yeah, I feel more empowered. But why? I used to think, I believe, that AI is no longer just a tool. It is an extension of human. So I don't use AI occasionally. I use it every day, just like internet or smartphones, yeah? But AI doesn't live in the cloud. It doesn't live in the cloud. It lives in how we think. So talking about the adoption of AI in Mexico, the AI adoption is outdated because we are living AI. That's not a future, it's the present. So the difference is between who knows how to amplify themselves with AI, not only to use it or only to do a prompt. So in Mexico, yeah, in my experience with the students, with my classmates in the UL, yeah, we use such a high AI in all of our day. But the fear is not about the AI or the acceleration of the evolution. It is more about to become irrelevant humans with irrelevant thinking. And that fear disappears and drops when we need to think that we understand what remains to humans: accountability, responsibility, prioritization, etc. And now, in my perspective of cybersecurity, the ethic, because AI doesn't have ethic. Humans do, but AI not. So the advantage for our generation is that we are not fear of that. We need to change that mindset. We need to grow and just flow with the AI, actually. So in Mexico, the problem to ahead is not technological. It is human and it's educational, because AI could change the world in a speed that we don't know, but humans decide the way that the AI changed that. So that's it.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, right? Thanks, Rodrigo, for that. Appreciate that. So, you know, That's such a great perspective, and we're going to dig into that more in the breakout sessions kind of later on, and having students really define what is the humanity, right? Like, where does that piece come in, and actually put labels on what that is, so that when we're developing these competencies or these skills in academia, they have actual terms put on them, right? So, we asked students during the webinar too, what are their expectations of employers? And I think that the headlines would lead you to believe, well, they want flexibility. Well, they don't really want to work that hard, and all these silly things that I highly disagree with working with some students often, right? What they really want is mentorship and support and a culture that they want to be part of, and sponsorship and transparency in their employers. They don't care as much about prestige and perks. I will say that financial stability came up, which I was actually really surprised about. I guess I'm out of touch with that piece of things, but it really did not have to do with any of the things you see in the news that much. They just want to be seen and heard. So they're more curious about how they're experiencing work these days. So, oh wait, this was my good bridge, guys. So I feel like I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about how, it used to be that work was very much work, and life. They were very separate things, and they didn't mesh together. They didn't come together at all. And now, there's a shift, and what we're seeing is that daily life is really bleeding into work life. We're bringing our whole selves to work. That's not a recent thing. That's something that's been happening over time. So when humans feel more taken care of, I wrote these in the airport, right? When you're in the airport, when you're in a public setting and hospitality, and you're in a restaurant, or you're with other people, when you feel seen and when you feel taken care of, it's really empowering, and it makes you bring more of yourself and more of your humanity outside of technology to your position or to your role or to your school or whatever that might be, right? So when people feel good, it translates to better work. We talk about culture all the time and empowering people. Interestingly, this is my personal opinion, I feel like tech makes us a little bit more disconnected, right? Because sometimes you can walk around and you see everyone's kind of looking at their phone, or people can live in this world where they're not actually engaging with other human beings. So there's this, to me, is this really interesting disconnect between technology and the human, I don't know if I want to say human condition, but to tee you up, Hector, would you please introduce yourselves very quickly?
I am Hector Dueñas. I am undergraduate of a double major in talent management and accounting in the Universidad Panamericana.
Wonderful. So in a world where tech is clearly more abundant, what makes human talent valuable? What qualities will matter most in your generation? Kind of building off what Rodrigo said, right?
Yeah, when I think the answer to this question, under my whole career in the Universidad Panamericana, the talent management, they also mentions the importance of soft skills. But in a technology-driven world, I think that soft skills come more relevant. Ironically, the abilities or the skills that we need more are not the hard skills, but the skills that make us human, such as critical thinking, creativity, self-awareness, and all of that. So in order that AI don't think by us, but we decide and expand these abilities of critical thinking and help us to solve problems faster, but with our knowledge.
Agreed, yes, nicely said. So one of the questions that came up it was in the chat actually during the webinar, that we didn't actually end up addressing and still toying with if we want to really, are universities part of the solution or the problem, part of the problem for early career talent? I think it varies university to university. I think it's also really hard to talk about, especially in this university, which is such a new university without a lot of historical, it has the opportunity to be so innovative, which is really amazing, and I'm conscious that that's where we are sitting. So, we're not talking about tech skills here. We're not talking about that. We're talking about gaps in communication and expectations and workplace norms and exposure to real work while you're still in university, right? So, Julia, please introduce yourself.
Well, hello. My name is Julia Chavez. I am a student at Universidad de la Libertad, and I am also an entrepreneur. I am building Founders Quest, which is basically helping entrepreneurs be into mentoring with businesses that were already built and help them be able to know much more once they start their businesses. So, yeah.
Thank you. And so building off a little bit of the minor university framing that I just mentioned, so where do you see the biggest disconnect between what universities teach and what AI-enabled jobs demand?
So, I want to first begin by saying that I believe universities are built into a system that functions linearly, right? So we assume that we leave high school, we go into university, we finish that, and we go into one job that will assure you your whole life. That does not exist anymore. It didn't exist before AI, and with AI, it exists even less. So AI has put us all in one baseline. Basically, everyone has access to information instantly. So what makes a candidate good for a level entry job or for a job in general? So it goes beyond the hard skills. It goes way beyond knowing your subject. Of course, it's really important because critical thinking is based on knowledge. But who can teach you discipline? Who can teach you adaptability? Who can teach you everything that has to do with problem solving? That is something that you learn on real life. So what happens when university doesn't teach you, to go out in the world before you finish university? It's really complicated. You don't know the real life skills. You don't know how to do real life jobs because no one taught you so. So I think that the biggest disconnect and the gap has to be fulfilled when, for example, universities build communities with businesses, businesses that will be able to give university students more jobs so they're more prepared for real life. Also teach them soft skills. Soft skills are so important when it comes to understanding the real life work because AI will work by itself basically, but you need a brain behind. So we're the brain of the brain, and the brain functions if you know all these skills and if you know how to handle all of this. If you cannot say an output is good or bad, then it's really complicated to use AI correctly. So I believe that's pretty much it.
Yes, amazing, agreed. And I know that there are so many universities who do integrate a lot of business cases, or they invite industry in to be part of the classroom to talk about real life skills, or students work on projects for an actual client, right, within their classroom. But that also, it's not just including industry, it's how you're framing it within the university and within the classroom, right? It's not just bringing the projects in and having the students work on said project. It's also pointing out the soft skills or the durable skills or however, right? That putting names on things, I think, sometimes helps people comprehend what they're doing. So it's not just bringing projects in, we're giving real world experiences in the classroom, that's great. But what is it actually teaching the students? It's not about the case. It's not about, because again, AI inputs can do that. Great, so like I mentioned earlier too, so the misalignment between academia and industry, or between emerging talent and industry, it's not meant to be malicious. It's not a purposeful disconnect. It's just happening because the systems are moving faster than what we can keep up with and how we can message things. And again, fortunately, this university is quite a quick-moving one, but I've worked in universities in the States. I still work for one. And it is, I just remembered Daniel's little turtle up there. They're like turtles to try to change anything. So I think that really just students are feeling like they're trying to bridge this gap on their own. And so, Juan Pablo, would you please introduce yourselves before we pop into this one?
I'm Juan Pablo Burguete. I'm from Córdoba, Veracruz. I studied here in Universidad de la Libertad. I'm in business innovation, and I'm working in a company called Biomimetics.
Wonderful. Thanks, Juan Pablo. So thinking about Mexico, if Mexico's employers and universities want to meaningfully develop human talent, what is the single most urgent action they must take in 12 months, or more than one?
You know what? I believe most of the people think the AI is the future, but it's already here. It's the present. So regarding your question, what does Mexican companies and Mexican universities should do for the next year? I think they don't need just to put an AI classes. I think they need to learn people how to use, they need to teach people how to use AI into real life problems, real life solutions, because there's no way back. AI is already here. And the more that we use AI, the stronger we became. But if we have that negative mentality about against AI, for sure we're going to be left behind. I'm going to tell you a personal example or a personal experience of how do I use AI. In the company that I'm very proud of called Biomimetics, we create a device that this single device produces the same amount of oxygen than 300 trees. But how do we use AI in this company? For example, for presentations, when I'm talking with companies or customers, we create some renders and we create some images and we send it to them. Also, the other day I was planning, it has a form of a tree, artificial tree. But the other day I was thinking we can do a bit more. But in this device, we put 2 screens on the side so the companies could promote themselves and AI. The idea, of course, was of a human being, but when you prompted that idea on AI, it gives it more form, it put the idea on the table, and it helps us. But we need to remember something. AI is just a tool. We don't need to depend on it because it makes it sometimes easier, faster, all the works, but it doesn't have that human skill that makes us human. It doesn't have the identity, the ethics, more important, it doesn't have that creativity. That's why we create AI, and AI didn't create us. So instead of doing or thinking about humans against AI, we should be thinking about humans working with AI. We need to learn how to use it the proper way so we get that advantage on it.
Very well said. Thank you, JP. So this panel, we have 8 minutes. I don't think I can fill 8 minutes. But the panel does set the foundation for the rest of the breakout sessions we're going to have today. So we have a lot of amazing students joining us from UL and some other universities from around the region. So what we're going to do, or what the Emerging Leaders track is now going to do, is we have a breakout that we're going to do some human talent mapping. So like I mentioned, we're going to put some words on what makes you more human through some really curated exercises up in our breakout space. Then we're going to bring in some of our talent acquisition and HR specialists to kind of, we're going to get their perspectives in the breakout session about what they think and how they label human talent. Then we're going to see where that disconnect is. And if there, well, I guess I'm making the assumption that there's a disconnect. Maybe there's not. Maybe I'll be surprised. And then tomorrow, we're going to do a student challenge. We're going to have our students rewrite different pieces of education or different pieces of university life, like assessments or, I don't know, cases, or I don't want to give too much away, but we're going to actually have you all participate as learning facilitators. And how would you rewrite education? And what pieces would you change and how would you change them? So I will say a little bit more about some of the emerging leader initiatives that we have at the Future Talent Council. So we just launched our first cohort of the fellowship program. We have 31 students involved from 10 countries and 14 universities around the world. It's an extracurricular or experiential learning. We'll be doing some critical AI engagement exercises based on Professor Dr. Michael Gerlich from the Swiss Business School's research around cognitive offloading and how, yes, absolutely, AI is changing how we're using our brains, so we're making sure that we're not ignoring the pieces that we're not using anymore as much as we used to. They'll also have master classes, et cetera. 2 of our students up here are actually part of the fellowship program this year, or for this cohort. We're also going to be building a really large pool of students from around the world to learn more and gather more research and data points to help us inform industry, which is a really exciting initiative. We also have some opportunities for reverse mentorship. So for all of my leaders in the room, what do you think you can learn from the students here on stage after hearing their wonderful responses to these questions, right? So we have some curated experiences around how leaders may be learning how to develop an agentic AI workflow for their companies with students. So a little reverse mentorship too, so that we're learning from each other and really integrating. I feel so privileged to have this role. So we're going to give an extra 5 minutes break. I'm not sure if Daniel's going to come back up here, but first I want to thank all of our amazing panelists who are here today. Thank you so much for being here. Seriously. And we will learn much more from you as time goes on, because, well, lucky you all. I'm on the final panel tomorrow, too, so I'll be bringing back some of the insights from what we learn in our breakout sessions from our students back to everybody tomorrow, and I'll also be producing a report around what we're learning and how we can continue to close the gap with our students. So thank you to you all for being leaders in your own spaces, and for you all to being leaders and to really help close the gap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're allowed to leave.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are all heading for a well-deserved break. How good was this? Thank you so much. Wow. Who shot me down on the AI adoption? Was it you? Someone. It was quote of the day anyway. It's not about using AI, it's how we use it, how we utilize it. Key killer quote. I promised you this morning that we're going to start today with broader strokes. We did. Then we went in the fantastic panel with operators, getting that cross-sector perspectives. We got student voices. And now we head into a block of breakout sessions. In this world, they're active. You know, so you're not supposed to, I mean, you can sit around and listen if you want to, but please get engaged. Engage partners, say what you think, feel, hear, share anything that you can in these sessions, right? We had them here right now. There you are. And we can help you find your way. One is going to be that one is going to be this one, etc. Not a problem. But we'll start these in half an hour. So up until then, if you want to learn more about us, we're in the corner down there with my colleagues. And up until then, connect, partner, let us know if you want an introduction. Have a good time, have a coffee, and I will see you very soon. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon to everyone. How are you? Great? Okay, perfect. So, my name is Ivan Ruesga. I'm going to give you a brief review of myself. I've been working as a CHRO for different companies, the last one in tequila industry. So I have a very good insight of what's going on with that kind of technology companies and agro companies and food and beverage companies. So I hopefully, I'm pretty sure that I can contribute you with some new knowledge. But, well, first of all, I want to present also our panelists. I wrote a quick review of them. Okay, so it's now my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed panelists who represent the pinnacle of leadership in both the private and public sectors. First, we have Ana Laura Antuna. I want to welcome again Ana Laura. Ana Laura serves as the Chief Human Resources Officer at Cotemar, a titan in the global energy and offshore. Okay, I've been following personally Ana Laura from years ago because of her experience and her passion to develop culture and organizations in a very challenging kind of industry. So thank you, Ana Laura.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paul Grimes. Paul, please, Paul. Paul is the city manager of McKinney, Texas, one of the fastest growing and most dynamic cities in the United States. With extensive experience in municipal management, Paul is an expert in navigating the complexities of urban expansion, infrastructure, and public service efficiency. He leads an organization dedicated to providing world-class services to a booming community, proving that high performance is just as critical in government as it is in the boardroom. So thank you, Paul, for joining us. And, well, in this cross-sector, public-private initiatives, we are...
So I think, yeah, there's something we need to tell them, because I think some of you are looking for the AI policy and the urgency of university innovation, and this is not it. This is a different panel. I guess they switched rooms or something happened. Okay, so everyone here is about to learn something different, or
are we okay? Are we in the right place?
This will be way more fun for you. You'll have much more fun here.
Yeah, definitely. We're much more entertaining.
So, unlocking productivity, you know, in a changing present and future, you know, and that became, I was researching a little bit in the last few weeks about how were the principles or how the pillars of productivity for high performance economies. You know, and I went to 5 different that, well, I want to discuss a little bit with you, because it is not only like emerging initiatives for the urban development and the industry development, also they must be like very human driven and, well, with the proper talent. So, well, one of them is how they invest in human capital and specialization. So quality of talent is at its best. And this, I was talking a little bit with Ana Laura before this panel about this paradox of effort. And what I mean is the best example of it is we are in Mexico, our average of working hours per year is more than 2,000 hours. But in terms of other economies, they work for 23 until 30% less than this, and they are more productive, like countries like Germany, even United States. So how are we going to manage that in public and private sectors? And this is where I am coming with a couple questions for you. Ana Laura, this pillar emphasizes that managerial capacity and is what distinguishes leading organizations. In a highly technical industry like Cotemars, how are you developing your leaders to move beyond the technical supervision and becoming strategic managers capable of adapting to global shifts? Let's see, like the leadership is a must. What's the superpower in your perspective that must be there to adapt to this?
So a leader without perspective isn't a leader. A leader without a purpose isn't a leader. Without a clear vision of where they want to be is just wasted time, right? They can lead people because they might be charismatic or I don't know, but they're leading nowhere if they don't have the perspective of where we're going and that strategic steps that we need to take to be able to guide the company or the group or your team to be able to go somewhere. And that role starts from the CEO. And I don't want to say it cascades down, but because I don't like that cascading part, it needs to be agreed with his team as to how they're going to share that and how to lead the company and the organization to be able to move and get to where they want to be.
Right, it's a capability of not only being a leader, being so creative and, well, teaching with the example, right? Okay, so Paul, the public sector often faces political turnover. How have you managed to professionalize the administration in McKinney to ensure that long-term planning remains consistent and uninterrupted by local cycles?
Thank you for the question. Great question, and always a challenge for public sector in any country. I want to get started as we get started. Can I get a show of hands for how many folks here are with academy or academia? So about a third. How many are with industry? They're industry, about another third, and the others are somewhat other things, students perhaps, or public sector themselves. So the question about how do we maintain continuity or how do we maintain a culture in an organization when you have political turnover from time to time? So when I answer that question, I want to first do a little bit of a backswing in explaining how local government is organized in the United States. That's my experience. And around the world, they do it a little differently, perhaps, but there are, of course, very, very much similarities. In the United States, about half of your local governments, local communities, remember we are a federal system, so your local communities have autonomy, and about half of them are organized around what we call a council-manager form of government. That means you have an elected city council, including the mayor, that serves really as a board of directors. And then they hire a professional manager, a chief executive officer. My job is to serve as the chief executive officer for our community. And all of the operating departments roll up within my accountability structure, if you want to call it that. And we're professionally trained, we have educational background, et cetera, we're trained for professional city management. That way, the concept of that, and that started in the early 1900s in the United States, and that was a reform effort. That was to remove patronage and nepotism as much as possible from your traditional strong mayor form of governments. And so you have continuity that way. You have professional staff that are hired. Politics stays out of the day-to-day operations of the organization as much as possible. Sometimes, so the metaphor I give is the bicycle. Think of a bicycle. The city council steers that bicycle. They're steering. Staff, professional staff, are pedaling the bicycle. And you can imagine where the city manager fits in between, somewhere on the seat. And you can bring whatever imagination you want with that. But it can be a tricky job, of course, as a professional city manager, but we're used to it, we're familiar with it, and we know that that's part of the job. The other half of American cities, pretty much, are strong mayor form of government, where the mayor is elected as the chief executive as well as the chief elected official. He or she will then select their cabinet, their department directors, and in 4 years, if they don't get reelected, then you're probably going to change a lot of the leadership team. And some would argue that that's better for accountability. I would argue it may not be better because you have to sit with that maybe ineffective team for 4 years. In the United States, under a council manager form of government, I should say, if I'm not effective, I'm out tomorrow. Immediate accountability, and the elected officials will make that change. So that's the bit of the backswing for you. So in terms of maintaining it, we spend an awful lot of time building culture and getting really, really good people on our team. We call it getting the right people on the bus. We're a mission-driven organization, public sector. You're looking for servant leaders. Servant leadership is not the same as maybe you'd find in some other professions where it's competitive, and the type of archetypal person that you hire in a leadership role in public sector and in local government, it even varies within public sector, is going to be a very different archetype than you would find in a highly competitive venture capital firm or private equity firm or energy industry firm. And we all find those people, but that's a key part of it, is maintaining that culture. What you find is your elected officials then appreciate having really good people. They really appreciate having an organization with a very strong culture because it makes them look good. If you're providing good service to the community and professional service and you're responsive and you have caring people, your elected officials are going to be very happy with that, and they'll get that feedback from their electors.
Right, thank you, Paul. And connecting a little bit of the dots with the last question with Ana Laura, this is ownership and how this superpower becomes more relevant into inspiring others, that I don't have to only accomplish a working shift. This is an example of ownership and synchronicity within the different charges, even though I don't believe that I must have more power than you okay, thank you so much. Well, talking about cycle of innovation and embodied technology, we know that these high performance economies are adopting AI for the present and the future and investing probably millions and billions of dollars in R&D, so we are returning to a more sustainable, to a more pure perspective. But, well, I'm going to my next question for Ana Laura. It is said that digitally intensive industries contribute the most to productivity. So, in your perspective, how is, in this case, the energy industry integrating AI on digitalization directly into its operational core so that technology acts as the engine of efficiency or is just an accessory?
No, it's not an accessory. So we have, in the oil and gas industry, you have different processes and stuff, right? So where the company that I work for is focused on doing maintenance and construction of annexes to the offshore platforms. But there are other oil field services companies that do require a lot of technology and AI for finding the hydrocarbon or the oil under the surface, right? So the exploitation of the oil. So that is a very heavy technology and AI-driven information. For us, who work on the maintenance part of the facilities, is not yet there, right? We were talking a little bit ago about, well, robotics, can they make a difference in how we operate offshore? Well, first of all, there's not a lot of connectivity offshore, or if there is, it's very expensive. You have also a lot of space restrictions and safety restrictions, right? Because you can have a lot of accidents for having just junk around, You can trip, you can cause a fire, it might be a fire hazard. So I believe that AI or technology is moving even faster than our industry. It's needed for sure, but it's not yet where we needed to be. Certainly not in the maintenance part of where we work. Again, on the where the downstream or whatever it is, for sure.
Yeah, of course. It's also in terms of the future is still human, and human skills need to be adapted, but AI is just it's a helpful solution, but not replacing human.
No,
efforts.
definitely not. But it's sorry, I need to just finish that one. Because it will help us definitely on predictive maintenance, as I said in the panel before, on safety measures and all of that, but it will not replace the hands-on work that needs to be done. But you also, with or without AI, you also need to be able to find the right talent to perform the right job. You could have very talented people, right? But if they're doing something that they're not good at, it doesn't matter if that people has talent or the intelligence or whatever that they need to, they will not perform. But if you find that person the right job, productivity, it's gonna boost.
It's gonna boost.
Whether you have AI or not.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you. So, Paul, McKinney has the potential to be a live, smart city. How are you leveraging data and service digitalization to enhance productivity and improve response time for people?
So, thank you for the question. And by the way, I just want to let's give them a big applause. We're in their country and they're doing this interview in English. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. It makes it easier for me, but I know it's not so easy. So thank you. So in public sector, we have many disciplines in a local government, right? You have public safety. Digitization of public safety is a very different meaning. So in the United States, local government, our policing, the function of hiring, training, and operating a police department and a fire department for that matter is a local function. So there are technologies, there's enormous potential in policing if you think about it. When you think about science fiction movies of the future, that is where policing is going. Robots, drone first response is a term that we are seeing, or a trend we're seeing, where drones are going to be the first ones sent to a location. They do that, it enhances the safety of police officers. If you can have a drone go to even if it's a domestic disturbance issue, which is very common in most communities, the lion's share of your calls for policing is domestic disturbances. You send drones there to case and evaluate the situation, which is better for everybody. So really interesting technologies, camera technologies, drones that use incredible camera technology to find vehicles on the roads that we can't do. So they're force multipliers. So you're going to see enormous improvement in digital and smart technologies, including AI application. In other areas, you're probably going to see less so. So think about parks and recreation, right? Parks and recreation, maybe scheduling, maybe you can have some AI applications for scheduling, maybe for fertilization of our fields. Maybe you can use some AI. Farmers use AI now on farms, and it's very impressive. They use GPS systems, et cetera. But for the most part, it's human-centric. And we're going to rely more on building those connections in a community. In our community, our vision, our organizational vision, is building a stronger, more resilient community through the power of relationships. So how do we, everything we do is based on relationships. How do we build connections in a community? AI is a tool to help us do that better. But we make no mistake by thinking AI is going to replace that. It won't. It's always going to be about people. And in local communities, it's about making sure people are being seen. They feel like they're being seen, they're being heard, and you're building those social connections. I tell people that while we work in an environment, or we want to facilitate economic capital in our communities, ultimately we're social capitalists. I'm a social capitalist. We have to build social capital in our communities to make them stronger and more resilient. AI, digitization, all of that is just a means to that end.
Thank you, Paul. And absolutely, well, efficiency is a must, but how we manage and we teach others is the most great example of how being ethical and how being responsible and somehow sustainable with our community, right? Yeah. Thank you so much. And talking about this ethics, I want also to change a little bit to institutions and the rule of law. Okay, so Paul, we know that high performance economy obviously have to be in top of the world, like in ethics and state of law, and how they are managing businesses to attract more resources, right? So highlighting the macroeconomic stability and the role of law as magnets for investment, from your perspective, how does a transparent and predictable public institution contribute to high performance companies choosing to establish themselves in McKinney?
Great question. Thank you for that. So when you mention high performance, it's no mistake or no secret that in McKinney, Texas, our organizational structure is based on what we call the high performance organization model. And you can look that up. It's nothing new. It's been around a long time. Sometimes in the private sector, it's referred to as dual operating systems, where you're basically marrying your productivity. You step away from your production and you create space and room for teams to work together on solving problems. And we call that a network talent model. The network talent model is a key component of a high-performance organization. So think about production is typically organized around hierarchy. It's very efficient for production. It's not very efficient for solving problems, and it's terrible for innovation. Because by the time you've come up with an innovation and you run it up the hierarchy, it's too late. You miss the opportunity. So you have to create the organizational culture that gives space for innovation and problem solving. And that's where the network talent model is. So think of a network built around a unified culture. And we spend enormous amounts of time and resources on building a culture in our organization. Because if I've got a team who has a unified culture, I'm pretty confident they're going to do the right thing. I can't possibly know the answers and solve the answers, and I would give probably the wrong answer most of the time if we stick to a hierarchical approach. So what we try to do is empower our employees. We spend a lot of time on educating. We spend a lot of resources on organizational development, curricula development, et cetera, to build a high-performance team and a unified culture. What I tell our employees is, you may work with your hands, and it may be the case in energy services, but we hired you for your brains. And we want you to come to work every day finding ways of doing things within a team structure, right? It's not an I'm in charge or you're in charge, it's we're in charge. And we've been doing that now for about the 10 years I've been in McKinney. We've had a great response in our productivity. Your question about transparency and ethics, the institution of local government, our institutions, the institutions of corporations, that's what binds our societies together. We're in an institutional crisis in America. You read the news. Many of your countries are dealing with the same things. Fracturing of institutions is part of the milieu that we're working within, but the institutions are what shape us. The institutions, what is an institution? It's basically, how do I act given my role? Given my role in my institution, how should I act? And those institutions are what shape us, and we shape them. But if we destroy the institutions and we create performative politics, or where people are just performing and you have a very atomized society, then we have a big problem. We're going to have a hard time maintaining the structures, social structures of our communities. So our HPO leadership model is all about building that institution, improving it, making it better, and hopefully giving our communities a high level of service. We've been recognized for it. We have high levels of, in fact, we were the first city in the state of Texas to get the 100% score on transparency of our public finances, for example. And that was what I did in a community before in Illinois, similar, they call it the Transparency Index. If we can't build trust in our communities and we can't be transparent with public information, then that's the key part, that's the key building block of building trust in communities. So it's a big point of emphasis of ours in maintaining the integrity of institutions. By all means, change and reform the institutions, but do it within the context of the value of those institutions.
Yeah, of course, and this transparency and best practices along with the culture are leading everything else, right? So we know where are we going at the rhythm, but with the transparency and ethics that make us impeccable, right? Thank you. So Ana Laura, I see you as a role model, and you told before about ethics in within how people live the culture in the company, and I follow your experience and has seen you in other events of Great Place to Work, and I see that this is an interesting topic for us CHROs. So for you, how does legal certainty and institutional stability impact Cotemar's ability to attract top-tier international talent that is looking for long-term reliability and, as a consequence, better productivity and results?
So, going a little bit back to the Great Place to Work certification, I always told the team, and I have a couple of my team members here to attest to that, we don't work for the certification, right? We work to confirm whether we're doing the right things or not. That is just a mere confirmation that afterwards gives certainty to potential employees to choose us from other companies because we are a great place to work for. Having said that, I also believe in the transparency of bad news and good news with our employees. Recently with the, I don't know if a lot of you are familiar or not, with the payment crisis that our main customer had the last couple of years. So, of course, there was a point in 45 years of Cotemar being founded that we weren't able for the first time to pay the payroll for our 9,000 or so employees. And I always tell the team, and it's something that we all believe in, that we need to communicate the good and the bad news, right? So, and we go there, we don't just send an email saying, oops, sorry, because first of all, they don't have emails offshore, right? And second of all, that's a complete disrespect to their job and to their person. So we go there and we give the news face to face, and that's what we have to do. So of course, working on that, you know, the transparency and the ethics, and being able to communicate in the good times and in the bad times set us apart. And people notice that, and that's how they also evaluate us as a company. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And by having that immersed in the culture is somehow gives them the ownership, right? Of well, it's something that is not our best time, but we are part of this. We are putting ourselves the shirt, right? And becoming better partners for the business. In good news and bad news, we need to be aware of that, and that's part of transparency. Thank you. So, well, going to the perspective on how high-performance economies are integrating global value chains, because that is something that it's a reality. But they are not only connecting processes, we are connecting people, right? So, Ana Laura, Cotemar operates within an extremely complex global value chain energy. How does this international competition push your internal productivity standards higher compared to companies that only operate in local markets? This is like how how best practices are becoming local, national, globally?
So first of all, you have to act with the best of the worlds, right? I mean, not only because you're only working with your local client, that doesn't prevent you from learning what the best practice is or learning what works for that particular situation around the world, right? So you need to be very open to new ways of doing things, to learning how in other countries or regions do operate, or other companies do operate, so that when the time comes and we have had other international clients, we are up there, right, in the standards. So it's not just because we're working for the local company that we have to operate at their standards. We're always looking for improving and being ready for what comes next.
Right, and there is no small client or a small stakeholder. You treat them as they were international, global stakeholders, right? And that and being constant with that is something that is also immersed within the culture and how people is considering becoming a bigger company in all ways, right?
Sorry, just to add a little bit there, but always keeping people in mind. And during the COVID crisis, right, a lot of these international companies or bigger companies, they were like, well, that's kind of your problem, you know, like as a person, you need to go home and deal with it or whatever, but we couldn't just keep it like that. No. We were very dedicated to actually helping and informing our employees and their families on how to take care of their family, their surroundings, and also because I'm a working mom and I have a couple of working moms in the staff as well. Okay. We were going crazy about, you know, having homeschool plus working, plus your husband or significant other also working at home, and everyone's getting, you know, mad about it. So we also try to help them we gave seminars, online seminars on how to, you know, give them peace of mind and working with them. So it's always very people-centered. Yeah. And that's the key.
Right. Yeah.
The high standard, no matter if other companies are the biggest or the
of course
famous one have them or not, do it for what you believe is the right thing to do.
Of course, and you get prepared for what is next. Well, we survived COVID, and now in Mexico we have this new proposal from government for the new shifts, but it has become a big challenge for these international value chains to explain to the big corporates how is the workforce transforming and how we are becoming more productive on that. So, well, interesting. So, Paul, cities today are competing globally. How is McKinney positioning itself within the global value chain to attract advanced manufacturing or any other industries, or specialized services that require world-class infrastructure?
Thank you for the question. So I'm glad you explained that, because it's oftentimes lost on people that when you think of local government management in my role, for a lot of folks it seems quite dry, not very exciting because it's just local government management. I understand that. That's very common. But you do have to understand that all economic activity occurs in cities. All economic activity is going to occur in some form of a city or a commune, municipality. Those communities have to attract workers. And part of our job, and part of my job, it's really twofold. It's building a community with services that are going to attract folks to live and raise their children. Raytheon Air and Space Systems, for example, is in McKinney, Texas, our largest employer, about 4,500 employees. Those are our future baseball coaches, coaching youth baseball or youth soccer, football, as we should say here. That's social capital, right? So we want as good of folks as we can attract community leaders and contributors because that builds, again, social capital. We also want to have an environment that attracts those companies, makes it an attractive place. So we have to have infrastructure. We invest in our capital infrastructure. Our biggest challenge, frankly, is keeping up. When we're adding 5,000 new residents every year, keeping up with water, sewer, roads, streets, fiber optic cable, all those things is always a challenge for us, and it takes resources and capital. We have an economic development corporation that the president and I work very closely together. He used to work for me in another city, and he spends a significant amount of his time creating an environment and communicating to the global industries all over the world. He was in Korea, he was in Japan with the Texas delegation, recruiting companies and explaining how the quality of life is great in our community, but also we have parks and places, if you will, that are attractive for people to raise a family. We have great schools, all of those things. Our single biggest economic development tool is our public schools. People come because they want to have good schools, and that's our best seller. All the other stuff comes in play too, but schools are probably the single biggest one. So we are competing in a global economy. What I do, and having local government management, in my case, but in others, is knowing how the flows of capital and goods and products in an international marketplace absolutely impacts us. We have several multinational corporations in our community. I mentioned Raytheon. We have a copper wire company that sells wire all over, not a very sexy industry, but they are very successful. And then, of course, some international companies as well that are in McKinney and doing very well and expanding. But we have, again, lots of quality of life issues. So we have a big golf, PGA golf tournament that we host in McKinney. We're building the third commercial service airport in DFW in McKinney, again, because we have to compete in a global economy. Toyota Motor Corporation, Toyota North America, their flight operations come out of McKinney, Texas. So a lot of these, Texas Instruments as well. So these are all things that help attract and bring the capital to our community in a global economy. But that is, we don't lose sight of that at all. That is something that's we always try to keep our finger on that.
Yeah, and the key thing on this is commitment. Commitment to not only this initiative, also commitment with people that are going to be prepared for that changes. Okay, thank you so much, Paul. So, well, talking about, well, one of my favorite topics, world-class organizational culture, where we are working with zero waste initiatives, fostering cultural change all the time, change management, anger management, maybe. I have a question for both. Zero waste methodologies, importance to well-being, preventing burnout. How do you balance implementations of extreme efficiency systems with a culture of psychological safety, where employees feel safe enough to innovate and take risks? Who goes first?
So we are a big believer of the psychological, providing a good and safe psychological environment for our employees. Originally, our health team was only focusing on the fit to work kind of health. Later, we started expanding it to think more about other areas so that we could make employees happier in the workplace, right? So we also tend to their psychological well-being, not only their physical, but also as well the prevention part of it. In environments where they cannot do a lot of exercise, we have gyms, but also we have initiatives like Everesting. I don't know if you have heard of Everesting. It's like climbing stairs up and down in the amount of stairs you have to climb in order to simulate that you're climbing the Everest. So we have fitness programs for our employees, right? So for us, that's very important. But of course, at first, we were very scared of that part because, like I said, the oil and gas is a very tough environment. And so you have these guys, you know, that have seen, I don't know, bad things in their lives or whatever, and here we go, like, oh, yay, you know, let's bring you some psychological help. I thought they were gonna throw me off board the ship, right?
Yes.
And but no, they accepted it. We stopped underestimating that part, and it's very, very important to do that. And so people, again, part of the certification and a big part of the Great Place to Work thing is that well-being and trying to focus on how do we help them achieve their, as a person, not as an employee, but as a person, and all the different roles that a person have in their lives, as a parent, as a neighbor, as a coworker, as a professional, all of that. How do we help you achieve that maximum potential as a human being, right? So putting the right things in place for you to learn, not only tools for work, as we were calling them, not only tools for work, but tools for life that will help you be a better human being.
Yeah, of course, and that reinforces that it is not only the responsibility of HR or Ana Laura, it's from all. We all maintain the programs, we all are committed to that, and safety is for all, and ownership at all. So, Paul.
So, thank you. Great response, and it's very similar for us. So, if I could share anything with you as leaders, or for folks who here who may be students, as you progress through your career, organizational or psychological safety in the organization is the single most important thing you can do to create an environment of engagement, innovation, and creativity. If employees feel like they're going to get whacked because they make a mistake, and the mistake is in the service of trying to do something better, then they're going to hide in their foxhole, or they're going to retreat into their shell, use whatever metaphor you want, but they will not give you their best. We examine our employees through employee engagement surveys. We do a survey every year, the same time every year, to control for seasonal variability or whatever may occur. And we poke and prod organizationally to find out how do our employees feel? What's their feeling of engagement in the organization? Are we missing something? Are there blind spots? As you can imagine, as a city manager, as a chief executive, or a chief HR officer, it's the iceberg. We see the top of the iceberg, but 2/3 of the iceberg is under the water, and we don't see it. So you have to engage your employees to find out what's on their minds, what things might we be missing. Sometimes it's controversial, sometimes it's uncomfortable. Our framework of our organization is, if anybody is familiar with the book by an author by the name of Martin Seligman. Martin Seligman wrote a book called Flourish, among other books, but Flourish is the one that I'm referring to. One of his understudies was, I think, Angela Duckworth, who wrote Grit, if anybody's familiar with that book. They're from the same school of thought, kind of positive psychology. In the book, Flourish, there's an acronym that he refers to, and we really try to live by that, not only organizationally, but we try to foster that in our community, and that's PERMA. PERMA is an acronym, stands for positive engagement, positive emotion, and positive relationships. Those are the first three. If you have those three things in your life or in your organization, you're going to be happier. That's kind of the happy index. And he focused on that for years, and then he realized, though, but there's something missing. And the other two letters, if you will, of PERMA are the other two pieces. And that's meaning, a sense of meaning, and then a sense of accomplishment or achievement. If you have those two things, and you work toward those as an organization, it doesn't matter if it's a faith-based religious organization, a public sector organization, a private sector organization, Your sense, your definition of achievement and purpose may be different, but you'll know what it is because you have those people working toward a common goal. If you can really focus on PERMA, you're going to be a flourishing organization. You're going to be a flourishing community or society. So we really do try to spend a lot of time and effort on that within our culture. So anyway, that's about the only thing I can share. If you can do anything, it's try to facilitate those principles in your organization.
Thank you, Paul. And well, it also goes to being genuinely accountable, right? Even though any type of organization you are, it is to becoming accountable, and responsible of our actions, what we do and what don't we do.
And hold each other accountable.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Some part of a team is not only are you accountable, but you're holding each other accountable in love. And I mean love in terms of, what is it? What's the Greek term? Somebody here, you're all smarter than I am. What's the Greek word for love? In brotherly love. It's just eluding me. But in love, I mean, it's okay to have that feeling in an organization and holding each other accountable, like you would in a family.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Okay, so we're running out of time. So from data to action, to conclude, let's go with this fundamental reflection, everyone. Productivity is not a destination. It is a system in constant evolution. And future is human. Skills cannot be reprogrammed. They can be reinstalled, reevaluated, but they are still there. We are not losing them. We must foster them and become better human beings in that. So to finish with one phrase, how will you be your recommendation of boosting productivity in emerging economies or development economies? So let's start with you, Paul.
One phrase?
Resume it in one phrase.
One phrase. Boy, you put me on the spot. It's hard for me to say things in one phrase, as you probably have figured out. Sorry. I mean, I think it's build a culture. If you have a culture, a unified culture in your organization, you're going to be able to do about anything you need to do. If you've got the right people and they're committed to your organization and your vision.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Amazing. Thank you.
So I would go back to find the right person for the right job, right? That way you can actually trust that the job is being done correctly, that the person is happy what he's doing, and focus on his or her strengths.
Yes.
Right? Not on what you need to build that person is lacking, but on their strengths. And that will boost productivity for sure.
Of course. And as a consequence, productivity, commitment, accountability, and ownership, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it has been a very delightful moment
you.
with you. Thank you so much for your responses.
And I remembered that word. See, if we had AI, well, it's a good thing we have AI, because in AI environment, you would have had that word 5 minutes ago. Agape. Agape, right? Anybody hear that? Agape love is the brotherly love. That's the love of serotonin, perhaps. But yes.
Yeah, and well,
Serotonin
skills
love.
that are combined with AI, resiliency, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you, everyone.
Perfect.
Should I play my song?
Hello there.
Arturo Cherbovsky.
That looks like.
Okay. Breakout sessions now beginning.
This is good.
Yeah, let's freestyle a bit. Hell yeah, there we go. That's the spirit.
That's what's up right there. That is engagement.
They're going to regret giving me this stage. I'm going to disturb every other session with my screaming and voicing. Hello, Amir, you're late. All good. Welcome. Fantastic. How you feel, Matt?
You know what? I'm ready for this.
Yeah.
Ready to rock it?
Good stuff.
All right.
So, from a European and American perspective, Matt Cherney is a bit of a legend. There is a risk, however, that not everyone here knows who you are. So, what's the short bio?
Okay, I'm going to actually use Grok for this because I was putting together a bio earlier, and I asked it. So it had described by industry peers as a modern-day Ernest Hemingway. I like that one. For his incisive writing, my style is characterized by bold, witty commentary on HR and work trends and against buzzword-heavy pitches. Apparently, my famous line is, in recruiting and HR technology, there is a new buzzword on the same old pitch deck every 5-year cycle. And just by way of context, I have worked in this business for 15 years. I invest in early stage startups all across the world that focus on improving employee experience and also talent acquisition. And I currently work as a principal analyst for industry and markets for a research firm called Kyle & Co. I am also the executive editor for Media Bistro, which is owned by Hearst, and it is the largest career site for media and entertainment jobs.
Awesome. Let's have a seat. Come on.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes.
And this guy's a legend too, if for nothing else than that suit. So.
Yeah. No. I keep telling people that you need to see I'm more than just a 10 out of 10 suit. Never brings it up. So this session, the background to this is that in this region, obviously, and in this country, we're currently looking at the, taking down the amount of working hours per week, right, regulatory-wise. And therefore, we thought it was relevant to have a look at a global perspective, Matt, because, I mean, you and I have been, we've seen experiments on Iceland, Estonia, the 4-day work weeks, I mean, this and that and that, right? So innovative ways of constructing work and what we know works, doesn't work, and what we have no idea if it works or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is most of it, huh?
Yeah, most of it doesn't work. And what's interesting, can I just be a show of hands who here is from Mexico? Okay, cool. So just to kick this off, when it comes to talking about work-life balance, congratulations to our Mexicans. You work on average more hours per year than any other country in the OECD. My friend here is from a little country called Sweden, and they work the least amount of hours of any country in the OECD. So
wow, it's two extremes.
It is two extremes. So I think what's really interesting is just within this room, there are going to be very different perspectives on what needs to be changed. So I just want to say, if yours is different, feel free to interject and call us out, because we are speaking generally from a very angled approach of developed economies and let's say a work-life balance that would be favorable by the standards of this audience.
Yeah. And Matt, your background, a lot of your experience, correct me if I'm wrong, is from the sort of the traditional talent acquisition space, right? I don't know if this is starting in the right space, but what do talent want? What do we got on that?
Yeah, actually, so the ILO, and I'd highly recommend anyone who nerds out about this to check it out, but last year, 2025, They just produced their first ever work-life global benchmark report. And what we're seeing across markets, with the exception of East Asia, which tends to be a demographic outlier in a lot of these, for the first time since 2002, work-life balance is a higher priority among job seekers and candidates than compensation, which was surprising to me that it took this long, but there's statistical evidence that that trend is only continuing to accelerate. So people would rather work less than make more, long story short.
And in terms of, I mean, now you're just going straight at it. Sorry, this is not a warm-up at all. But
yeah, no, I mean,
I just get follow-ups all the time. What do we know about, for example, when a country goes to a 4-day work week? What do we know of the productivity, the outcome? I mean, yes, people like it, but does it work?
It's to be determined.
Yeah.
And I say that because the countries you mentioned that are making the shifts and kind of testing this out tend to be a little bit of, let's say, closed economy with stable workforces that are fully developed and highly nationalized.
Yeah.
So you look at Iceland or you look at the UK, these are the major countries who have done kind of longitudinal experiments, and the outcomes actually generally tend to be pretty positive. Productivity goes up, satisfaction with their job generally tends to go up, and associated feelings of well-being with their job tend to go up. What also, though, seems to go up is stress, burnout, and a feeling of instability and an inability to kind of juggle different priorities. Because when you condense a work week, it cuts down on sleep, it condenses family time, and it essentially forces you to do the exact same amount of work in less time, which, as we all know, creates a pretty big fall off after a certain amount of time.
That's pretty compelling data. If I mean, we're sort of making a lot of changes for achieving what we don't want to achieve, which is burnout and stress, no?
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing too is that, and this is true for every single market in the world, including East Asia, shockingly, and that is that productivity drops, work outcomes drop, anytime people work over, I don't know why this is the number, 42.3 hours a week, but the maximum that a knowledge worker can do in terms of productivity in a day, focus, 2.5 hours. So, I mean, it's really, I think, not less a question of the amount of time that people are spending in the office, but to your point, how that time is organized. Those are sort of the two dimensions of like work-life balance. We focus a lot on the first, I think. Not as much on the second, but, and I'm sorry if this is a monologue answer, but the unified story, though, is the same thing as it has been since the Hawthorne experiments were conducted by Elton Mayo in 1928, which is that the more optionality and choices you give employees in the design of their jobs, the more productive and satisfied they are with them. So I would not say a 4-day work week is a unilateral great idea. Giving employees the option to have a 4-day work week would lead to better outcomes.
Fantastic. Is there anyone here currently working on or thinking about a workforce strategy of bringing down those hours here in Mexico? No?
So no public sector people.
No? Okay, good. Interesting. So do we know, would it be more beneficial to bring the amount of daily hours and same amount of days, or is it just the same mess?
So I think that, and is anyone HR leadership in this room? CHRO, people manager? No one either? Okay, well, I'll still give this piece of advice then. It's about work design. And this is much less shift-based than knowledge worker-based, so I say this with a grain of salt. Obviously, there's so much you can do if you're manufacturing. But just, I guess, in terms of looking across the board.
Huh?
I said, and I was thinking so far ahead, I forgot the question. That happens.
Yeah, no, based on the results we have, if you achieve, for example, more stress and burnout with a 4-day work week, would it be more beneficial to have fewer hours but more days?
Yeah. So I was talking about work design. Thank you. Yeah. Who here thinks they spend too much time in meetings? If you're not raising your hand, then you have a cool job and I want it. But what we're seeing is that for every 1 hour of meetings, and this is an Adobe stat, so take this with a grain of salt, you see a 6 hours worth of follow-up work being created. Plus, there's all the prep work. Even with AI transcription, summarization, and everything, the more non-core work-focused stuff that you have built into your organizational culture, the worse the outcomes are going to be. So I would say there's not a clear connection between working less hours in this. It's working hours on meaningful, role-related responsibilities that generate output. That's it.
There's a lot of talk about this quote-unquote productivity gap. What is that about?
I'm the ultimate example of the productivity gap. I sleep less hours and do less work than probably anyone in the world. No, so what the productivity gap essentially is saying is that the more you work, the delta, the more production falls off. But more importantly, the more people actually not only leave jobs, but leave the workforce entirely. So you see a lot of churn in between the formal and informal economies, which I think is a very interesting product of that, and one that in this market I think is particularly noteworthy. The other thing about productivity gap, the countries with the lowest average output per worker hour generally also tend to work the least amount of hours. That's not necessarily directly correlated to work. It's more like infrastructure and economic structures. At the same time, I think it's a really good reminder that work is increasingly becoming a place or a thing that you do, not a place that you go, at least in terms of wanting to maintain a competitive advantage.
And I'm thinking, the discussion of how we construct these work arrangements has got a couple of entry points, right? We could be talking about how do we get most out of a resource, a human resource, so to speak. Are we talking about that, or are we talking about how do we make people feel better at work, like well-being, those kinds of, where is this discussion right now?
So the discussion's all over the place, like everything else that's highly ambiguous and theoretical. I'm going to flip this one to you, because I am curious, given your FTC role, what are you hearing from your membership, just in terms of where their minds are at?
We hear more about constructing a work arrangement that more effectively attracts and retains key talent, right? No question about it, 100%. But we also all know that a dollar is a dollar and a cent is a cent, right? Maybe. So therefore, I'm a bit not hesitant, but I'm starting to wonder. In Spain they contracted. They were going to go down to a 4-day work week, I think, and the parliament shut it down immediately because they're, no offense to the Spanish people here, but they're not working a lot already.
Yeah, there's 3 hours of siesta in the middle of that, 8 hours. Yeah, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
So you're hearing just to design the work.
I hear the well-being argument more and the employee engagement more than anything. Yeah.
And just in terms of that conversation, what are the elements of well-being? Psychological, physical? Can you just break that down a little bit more?
Almost entirely mental health, I would say.
Okay. And so what's really interesting, though, is as much of a focus as there does seem to be on that. In fact, I just sat on the productivity panel, and they were obviously talking about burnout. It's a huge problem. But from a physical perspective, people who are considered overworked, which is anyone who is spending 48 hours a week, which in the US, by the way, sounds crazy. Here, I know that is the standard, has some really negative physical health effects too. Anything from muscular or skeletal, all the way down to vision loss. So it's interesting, but I think that this affects well-being holistically, whereas a lot of elements we just talk about, it's like one or the other almost.
Yeah. Because I keep thinking about this post-COVID phenomena, right? Everyone working from home, everyone liking it. Now managers not liking it that much, bringing people back because of, again, not health benefits, I guess, but productivity benefits.
So they're doing RTO for productivity?
Yeah.
Okay. That is interesting, given that there is actually an inverse correlation between those two things. So, the University College London, not the most prestigious school in the world, but certainly has a lot of researchers that do great work with econ, actually just showed that the largest driver of economic mobility and satisfaction with income levels is commute distance, right? So if you're moving from your bed to your couch, there's a good chance that you have a lot of time to spend on other stuff. And you're happier, and you're not spending all of your time on a bus or in traffic. You're actually doing the work. And the productivity for white-collar workers is percentages higher than people who are in the office. You think about it like, again, show of hands. Who here is in the office full-time? Oh, only a couple people. All right. There are a couple people who are very disengaged audience. I don't know. But good on you. So, if you can remember a time when you had to go into the office, think about what you spent your days doing, and you'll see very little work. Lots of what were called collisions, so informal personal interactions that in aggregate end up taking like 2 to 3 hours a day, in-person meetings, and then again commute. So yeah, there's no correlation between those two. And people who work from home, who are salaried employees, so not being paid by the hour, generally tend to have a 1.5x productivity boost over people at the office for just that reason. You can shut your door unless your kids are like mine and bang in trying to get in because there's something minor. You can work uninterrupted and on your own schedule. That being extremely important actually for work-related outcomes because you all know this, you have like 3 hours a day where you're feeling your best. And it is unfortunate if you're like me, those hours are from 4 to 7. So I had to go to an office, I'd be in a lot of trouble. So yeah, that's just kind of the short of it. But no, here's my takeaway on that. If you want increased productivity, worker engagement, what did you say, recruiting?
Well-being,
Well-being, recruiting, and retention, the single one thing you should do is to create, if not a completely remote, then a hybrid workforce situation.
Yeah.
Like unilaterally.
Yeah. Do we have any students here right now? No. Okay.
No students. All right.
Wow, great.
They don't know, and I think that's probably because they don't know work-life
working
balance.
hours.
Yeah, you know. I'm up all night having fun, right? I miss those days.
Okay. What do we think, though? Do you think? I mean, in 5 years, are we in terms of hours? Are we working less, same, or more?
TBD, but I'm going to get your opinion on this one in a second because whenever anyone asks about the future, and particularly when it comes to that there are two wild cards, demographics and AI, right? Nobody knows. And anyone who says I can predict the future is using historical data, and that's kind of worthless right now. I'm going to guess the average human being based off of the past 5 years is doing more work. AI actually generates more work per employee than when it's not used. The vendors who sell it love to say, this saves you an hour a day. Well, one, I don't know how you quantify that in a study, right? Unless you're sitting there with a notebook. But two, in fact, what it does is it makes slop, and it takes more time to go back in and fix those AI errors to humanize it or correct it or customize it than it does to actually just do the work from scratch. So I think that as organizations cut headcount, adopt AI, it's likely to be actually a dramatic increase outside of certain sectors. Manufacturing, retail, services, and hospitality being the outliers.
Cool.
And so, no, I'm flipping this.
This is the problem having two journalists on stage.
Yes. Well, one of whom is a good-looking Nordic, and one of whom's me. So I'm curious, good-looking Nordic. Like, what's your prediction? Because you talk to a lot more companies at global scale than I do.
Yeah. I think we'll work a little less.
A little less.
In terms of hours. Yeah.
In terms of hours.
Yeah.
And just out of curiosity, what would be the factors precipitating that?
Technological innovation, more flexibility. Actually, it's fractional work. I think will increase heavily. But now when I said that, I wonder if fractional work will actually make us work more. But what, let's anchor that and get back to it, because my next question was on that flexibility part, right? And breaking up what a job is and is not. What do you think of that discussion?
So I don't know if fractional is maybe the right framework so much as like the rise, and this is something you see in every market, of independent contractors, contingent workers. Obviously, you have EORs, which are employment organizations, making just gobs of money off of this phenomenon of co-employment. So here's what's interesting, is with the rise of the number of independent workers, you actually have hours going up and job satisfaction going up. And the reason why is because they are intrinsically, not extrinsically motivated. And I think that's true of really anyone here. Like, I'm going to make an admission to all of you. One of my favorite things in the world to just like shut my brain off is to watch true crime videos on YouTube. If my job was like blogging about that as opposed to global labor economics, I probably would put in more hours. And it's just a matter of being intrinsically motivated rather than clocking in, clocking out, and that's the extent of your ownership.
I do talk to a lot of companies that at least say that I wish I can get 20% of that worker or 15% of breaking. I mean, it's to some extent it's a glorified freelance role or similar, right? But do you think that you don't think there's something to that in the fact that portfolio careers is another buzzword. Like if we're lining them up, right? Is that just a buzzword thing, or is it an actual direction we're heading?
It really actually depends on skills acquisition, I think, because I think that I see that less likely for highly skilled, salaried, experienced workers, because companies are going to want to own their, human capital, intellectual property, and output, as opposed to the model you just discussed, which is much more interchangeable and probably achievable at scale. And companies aren't going to lose IP if a mechanist flips assignments.
Yeah. That's fascinating. Do you think a fractional worker would be more productive then?
A fractional worker is more productive as a general rule. As a part-time worker, if we were making that distinction, actually less. So we should point out there's...
Why is that?
Well, the simple reason is that, and I'm defining part-time workers by U.S. averages now because I'm using OECD data, which uses America's fine Bureau of Labor Statistics, is anyone who's working less than 32 hours a week, which here is like basically unemployed. And so a part-time worker works less because they are not being hired for jobs that are largely strategic. They're not as involved in the company's culture, almost no L&D opportunities, and churn tends to be extremely high.
I'm trying to resist asking a political question.
Ask a political question.
I'll get to it. Where are you from originally?
Oh, so I grew up in one of the finest places in the United States. It's called Kansas City, home of the Chiefs, barbecue, and my parents, not much else. Center of the country, very conservative. Should tell you which way I'm leaning, that at 18, as soon as I could, I moved to Los Angeles.
Now, so I'm asking because we have one FTC member, unnamed, that is currently working on sort of scenarios on a reality not far from here where voters, and let's use US as an example if we want to be specific, start demanding jobs. Do you think that's a reasonable path?
I think that job creation...
I mean, we're always there in terms of pressure, but like specifically demanding a job.
So if we're using the US, no, I don't generally think that we demand jobs, with the exception of organized labor, which does, but not directly, right, through a collective bargaining agreement. But I think that votes, and you saw this in our last election, generally tend to be correlated with economic well-being. So therefore, smart politicians generally tend to do initiatives that create jobs, not destroy them. Our current administration being something of an outlier there.
How is you mentioned the expectations of young people. How has that changed over the past, say, five years? Do we have anything on that? So the flexibility argument, maybe.
Yes, and so it's the same phenomenon. I remember the date was it was March 17th, 2020. I'm sure everyone remembers that day. It was the day that Tom Hanks got COVID, the NBA shut down, and every multinational ordered their workers home. And it was like the minute they did that, companies immediately were like, oh, okay, I guess we can have continuity in workforce and operations without paying for Class A office space and a gourmet chef, right? And so I think, though, that kind of realization that took us a while, just because like it's not the usual, students and emerging talent already have. And again, I cannot drill this home enough. Work is something that you do, not a place that you go. And in every outcome poll, you see that most pronounced among people who are under the age of 30. And under 25 in particular. But to them, and if you think about this, you can sit on your magic box and have communications and meaningful interactions with literally an entire world. Why am I going to go into an office, fight traffic, and put on pants with a waistline in order to talk to the same 25 people? Like, it's counterintuitive for everyone, but I think they understand the logical fallacy.
And if you are a CHRO of, in scenario one, a knowledge worker company,
I would say get out of the company if I'm the CHRO. You're in trouble.
Yeah. What is a dream? And I want to attract the best talent in the world, like top class, world class talent. How do I structure that offer? What do you think it looks like? Knowledge worker to begin with.
For which demographic? There's a little bit of variance.
Oh, do two.
And in which market?
Do three: early talent, mid-career, and 60 plus.
Okay, so early talent is going to be very aligned to the company mission, vision, and values. Generally tend to be kind of the drivers there, as well as growth opportunities. Makes perfect sense, right? They are looking for companies that make a difference in a generalized sense, whose values sort of align with theirs, and whose culture they feel a sense of identity and belonging with, which makes perfect sense because you're coming out of a university setting. All of those structures are sort of built in, but once you hit the workforce, you're like, uh-oh, who do I sit with at lunch? So that's number one. Mid-career is really about two things.
That's you and I, huh?
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, at this time, I'm no longer young. It's really about, and this does track for me, I don't know about you, stability and work-life balance are the big drivers. So optionality, amount of hours worked, and most importantly, not having existential angst as much as possible about, will this job be there tomorrow, and how do I pay for my little kids? And then the more experienced workforce generally tends to be driven by titles and compensation. Right? So, when you ride off into that amazing retirement sunset, you can point to, I did this, made this much.
But I have heard a lot of stuff, for example, yes, but up until then, if you are, 65, 70, then it's pay, but it's a flexible model more than anything as well, isn't it?
It depends on the market, and so again, that was
if it's well paid, it's okay.
Yeah, no, I was actually going to say it's a very American. We don't have social safety net pensions or mandated retirement plans.
Yeah.
I would imagine that there is some regional variance in that because if we'd have to worry about that, it'd probably be about legacy. But no, we are worried about making as much money as quickly as possible because the average American retirement now is between 17 and 22 years, depending, which is very long time to have to save up for in advance.
Yeah. The mistake I often make when I talk about all these things and I show studies and whatnot is that it tends to be knowledge worker driven, right?
Yes.
What mistakes are we making? What are we missing out on the rest of the big chunk workforce?
Well, I think, though, and you bring up something I'm actually really passionate about changing, is within this little insular HR world, it's all focused on this weird subset of highly skilled mid-career executives at enterprise organizations, which globally is something like 5 to 7% of the workforce. I think that frontline hourly workers, what are called shift workers, and the informal economy, which in Latin America is almost 50%. These are also factors that need to be considered, and the motivations I couldn't comment on, with the exception of most of them have a much shorter term outlook, just given the way that they have some volatile scheduling and compensation. So I would imagine that they'd be much more like mid-career professionals. Give me a paycheck and stability. That's a guess. I don't know.
I referenced early talent earlier in my talk as well. What's your take on the vulnerability in that market?
Oh, I feel so bad for anyone who's graduating right now. Like, it was very difficult. We saw a huge inability of people to find jobs in 2008, 2009, back when, Lehman Brothers and the financial system essentially collapsed, and the ripples were worldwide. Right now, it's a million times worse because what you're seeing is this weird kind of bell curve happening where companies are over-indexed in the middle and are looking for every excuse to shed executives. Their ranks are thinning, so when they retire, they're not being backfilled. And then on the bottom, they're like, okay, it's the same paradox generally as always. You don't have the experience that's needed, and how are you going to gain experience without that? But I think the real challenge actually for emerging workers is this. I would say you're really seeing a global freeze in headcount, right? Like the amount of fully employed workers in almost every country in the world, this actually being an outlier, is going down, which means that companies who are hiring for the type of traditional roles that we think of want people who are making lateral moves, because it's not about, we used to hire for potential or learning agility or some dimensions like that. Because headcount is so precious now and will be for the indefinite future, when we hire outside, we are looking for people who already have that experience who can step in and do the job. Well, we have less time to test and iterate and almost no time to develop.
What's the most common question you get from HR directors right now?
How can I use AI more effectively? Would be like number one. How do I build a more diverse workforce is still number two, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Which is interesting. And I would say that third is how do I make sure that our employees are able to stay engaged, focused, and this is a weird fear. I don't know if this is American specific, it might be. How do I know they're not overemployed where they're working for multiple companies is a huge existential fear for US-based employers.
Is that a thing, though?
Yeah. Absolutely, and particularly for tech jobs. I actually have a friend, I'm not going to give any identified information about him, who works for 3 Fortune 1000 technology companies as a coder. All from home, often at the same time.
Yeah.
And companies are very scared of that.
Yeah. What's your comment on that? I mean, what?
If you're able to satisfactorily do the work, it doesn't matter how many companies you're doing it for. I think the onus is on those crazy people who are willing to be overemployed, right? So yeah, it's not really about the means; it's about the end, at least to your CFO, right?
What's your advice to an education institution with that lens? Not that lens, but with your general platform.
Yeah. So something really stuck with me earlier during the introductory session, and I thought it was great. He's like, universities really have been teaching for a piece of paper rather than for skills that are going to make you employable. And I think that as somebody with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in writing for screen and television, this is something that I can very much identify with. Nobody so far in the workforce has ever asked me to create a step outline or treatment for a sitcom. Although if they did, that'd be awesome. But here's the thing: the average lifetime for a skill is 2.4 years. So I think that rather than focus, and this is, I imagine the case, at least in the US and Europe, we major, or as they call it, read, which is confusing in the UK, along very certain curriculums. So we become an expert in comparative literature. We become an expert in psychology. And I think that the approach is actually probably needs to be more rotational and broadly focused. So rather than learning one subject deeply, I think that students are better served. I say the same thing for the workforce too. Learning about how systems are interconnected and taking a much broader scope of things with more exposure to other disciplines and areas. I think that makes you highly prepared for the workforce, even if it's not directly relatable. You're thinking differently, and you are problem solving outside of either an area of expertise or an area of experience. So I think critical thinking is enhanced too.
And connecting to what you said earlier about the challenging market for young people right now, I feel a lot, and I referenced that earlier, I feel a lot of sympathy for someone sitting around applying for a ton of jobs, you know, being directed to a bot somewhere, being interviewed by an AI. Like, I was laughing so hard the other month where that student sent his AI to interview with the employee AI, but that was forbidden. And he said, well, if you send your AI, I'm going to send my. But anyway, that was just a sideline. But I feel a lot of sympathy for that. But also, and you got to hear this, I also feel with employers, like putting out a job, getting 30,000 applicants, all looking the same.
Yeah, and obviously I just wrote a post about this yesterday, but yeah, the double standard is ridiculous to me. In that, oh my God, this is a fake candidate. It's my favorite phrase. They're a fake candidate. I'm like, well, you've been posting, quote, fake jobs for how long? Because you bought unused job inventory. You're like, let's see who we can get, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely think that the problem is exacerbated by applicant volume. And you see that volume, so in the United States right now, the average for, if I post a job, within 2 days I'll get around 200 applicants, and of whom, let's say maybe 10% are qualified. And that number within a week jumps up to around 400. And if you think about entry-level jobs, those resumes generally tend to look the same. And probably, if you're not using AI, are less reflective of how you align with a role than here's my general background. So I do think, though, the people who are university educated have one inherent advantage that is they underplay. And if I could go back and change things, this would have been my focus in college, rather than I'm going to graduate magna cum laude, would have been I'm going to try to meet and network with as many people as possible. Because you get access to the people who are going to be able to help you throughout your career, both faculty and students. And that's really what I think that colleges and educational institutions need to focus on, rather than grades, which are an irrelevant outcome in the grand scheme of things. Learn how to build leverage relationships, and I think that that's a force multiplier in terms of inherent advantage.
Fantastic. What is the most interesting aspect you see out there? What's the most data set, insight, development? What is, because we're all sort of drowning in thought leadership, so to speak. What is the signal?
Yeah, I actually pulled that up in advance of this. So the most interesting thing for me is that the average worker hits what is defined as productivity, like full productivity. For anyone have a guess for what that time is per day, where somebody's actually working? It's close. Actually, 2 hours and 53 minutes. So that to me just shows that we're not necessarily, when it comes to the hours work, that one dimension, like whatever, there's some variance there. When it comes to work design, we're doing a really, really bad job at underserving our employees, when literally 3 hours a day is the average, and they're there 10. That's going to create some issues of engagement, and like I said, so pushing to 50 hours also.
50 hours.
So 50 plus hours a week, which I actually work, by the way, unfortunately, is that it increases air rates and medical costs by 73%. So, for me, those two things just tell me that we put an overemphasis on being present and less on presentation, which is to say, in real life seems to be more important than really productive, and most of us should have a lot of our own time back, and this shouldn't even be a conversation. The tools and tech are there.
Final parting words. That's great. Thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, the last thing I'd say is next time that you think we should have a meeting, go through the exercise for a month. I just worked on this with Cisco, of quantifying what that meeting costs
in terms of salary, physical space, all that requirement, and then ask yourself, is it worth it? And 98% of the time, the answer is going to be no. You don't have to have the meeting, and more time you give back to people, the happier they're going to be.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. And I think we have a 15, 20-minute break until we're back here for another keynote. So we're going to raise this one and get ready. But yeah, thank you so much for now, and I'll see you again soon. Hello there. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Great to see you, Mark. Good to see you. Sit down, please. Just kidding, just kidding. Sharon, you all good? Perfect, thank you. Welcome back. I was thinking if I start talking here randomly, people will come back, right? So now I got to fill some airspace here. Yeah. I don't have any. Alejandro, you good? No, not listening? Good stuff. Welcome back, everyone. There we go. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. What do you think so far? Is it adding value? Fantastic. Let's do a little live roundtable. Mark, what do you got to say? What do you think? What's on your mind right now?
I have to talk later. So.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, you're of a key. Oh, Rob, Jesus Christ. BioTalent Canada. What are your thoughts? You happy with the event so far? Is it adding value?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, really great. So I found the human element has been really interesting. Not only talking about the technology and the skills that are going on, but sometimes we're so busy doing things that we're going to do, we sometimes question whether we should be doing them. And we don't.
Yeah. What I always bring you in when we're going to talk leadership for some reason, because you look like a leader. What is a human-centric leader? In this human-centric leader, what is that today, and why is it important?
I think with some of the skills that we've been talking about today, I think empathy is probably more important than anything else. And I think there's a lot of fear that we're losing that, especially in the advent of AI. We're taking a look at going, we have to get to the next step. We have to see the efficiency gain that this technology is going to bring. And I think ourselves as talent leaders, I think that's the beacon of light that we have to keep in front of us all the way, is empathy, because we have to understand that some of us, a lot of the people that are here are early adopters. They're going to be looking at embracing the technology and they're optimistic about it. There are a lot of people out there that are not in that mindset yet. And I think our human nature of empathy is going to really, I think that's going to be the determining factor as to how we as a human community and different cultures enter the next phase. And I think it's a responsibility. I don't think it's even more than a necessity. It's a human responsibility.
Wow, thanks for that. And I always say as well, and connecting to that, one of my most common mistakes, and the list is long, is to keep referencing these studies and data sets that is for a small set of knowledge workers in a certain set of countries, rather than actually seeing the broader spectrum. I mean, you said that we're in a bubble, and we are. It's got to break out of that bubble. I mean, we talk about governmental structures, policies, all the, like, if we don't achieve change on that scale, we're not going to achieve anything. So yeah, thank you for that. That's perfect. Jose Carlos, time for you to shine. How are you feeling about the event so far? I'm live emceeing. What are you feeling?
Well, I am very excited. I think it has been a wonderful, different kind of reflections, of thoughts. I have been going to different breakout rooms, so I have like a bigger picture of what is happening, and I feel very, very good to be here.
Thank you for that. So let's get going, shall we? Do I have a thumbs up to? There's no one to control me. I can do whatever I want. Good stuff. No, the next segment is a really important and exciting one. Minerva Project. If you don't know them, you're about to get to know them. But I guess that you will do. I met Minerva Project, they've been inspiring me for almost 10 years, I say. 6 or 7 years ago, I read the book, Building the Intentional University. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. And it's one of my one of the books that I've most frequently returned to for reference, for inspiration, and for sort of mental models and thinking about how we can do education differently. So I'm very excited to welcome the next speaker to bring us on hopefully that journey, but also maybe a little bit of star of where is this whole thing going and how can we all relate to the next era of education. So please, Minerva Project CEO and founder, Ben Nelson.
Thank you, everybody. And it's great to be back at Libertad, a stage that I know well, a place that I know well, and an institution that is truly a pioneer in answering a fundamental collective question that we all have to answer, which is, how do we train human beings to add value to a superintelligence? And that's not a question that a lot of people want to ask, because it sounds impossible. It sounds futile. And we would rather assume that it's not necessary. We would rather assume that somehow artificial intelligence technologies will somehow stop short, that they'll never be able to achieve what's so uniquely human. That somehow there's a fundamental flaw in that approach, in that technology. But what are the risks if there is no such flaw? What are the risks if we don't prepare not just next generations, but all of ourselves to be ready for a world that may be, and perhaps a world that is about to be? I don't know if you've been noticing your LinkedIn feeds over the past week or two, but if you've been paying attention, and I have gotten an enormous uptick of messages from people who are at the forefront of that technology, not talking about advances, incremental improvements, greater efficiency, but of full end-to-end autonomous creation. And doing so not at an amateur level, not at an entry level, but engineering leads at the largest companies saying that they have Claude Code, as an example, write all of their code now. All of it. How long will it be before we'll have a lawyer saying that OpenAI wrote their entire contract? How long will it be before a doctor will say the AI diagnosed all of the radiology of my patients? And even though I wouldn't pretend to know that this is an inevitability, it certainly appears that we are on the cusp of a high likelihood. And so we have to ask ourselves again, what is it that human beings need in order to be able to survive, let alone thrive, in that kind of a world? And this brings us to this concept of what is it that our brain needs to be trained to be able to do? How do you enable a different operating system to work in our brain? And our brains are remarkable machines, if you will. So much of their training has been programmed over many, many millennia. In fact, over millions of years. Our response to fear, our ability to be able to learn very quickly what we want to avoid, our ability to generalize and fall prey to certain biases because we have some unconscious pattern recognitions that can keep us safe from tigers and lightning and fire and all sorts of things that are important, of course, for us to keep ourselves safe from, but don't exactly explain the modern condition, the modern rule. Don't give us the tools to be able to thrive in today's environment. But the brain is a learning machine. It's an extraordinary learning machine. And it enables us to have upgrades to our operating system. And not just incremental ones, but fundamental ones, significant ones. Upgrades that allow us to be aware of some very basic programming and allow us to counter it, allow us to override it. We can actually educate human beings to be aware of our own triggers and look at data in a much more comprehensive way and ask the appropriate questions to discern. Not just to fall prey to instincts, not just to accept what is presented to us, if it sounds good, if it feels good, but to be able to ask those questions, to be able to have judgment. And if you think about how it is that you can add value to a superintelligence, the answer, I believe, is in that kernel, which is that if you employ a superintelligent agent to provide you an answer to a complex problem, and then you employ either that same agent or a different agent with the same data and the same information, the same goals, I would posit that you would get a different solution. Perhaps a third solution, a fourth solution, a fifth solution. And at some point, somebody has to make a decision. Somebody has to make a call as to what it is that you're actually going to do. Who will that be? Who here would be happy if a superintelligence would decide how much taxes everybody in this audience would have to pay, granted that each one of you would pay a separate tax depending on what the superintelligence determines? Anybody think that's a good idea? I have no votes for that? At some point, we have to be able to make a call, to make a decision. And the quality of options that are going to be presented to us is going to be very, very high. The superintelligence will be able to back up their position, or its position, I should say. And each one of the superintelligence will have very well-reasoned arguments, a lot of fact basis. We will show their work. And so, what is it that we will be able to do? Now, some people would say, oh, well, that's great. This is the purview of human beings. Ethics. Machines can never do ethics. We humans, we're uniquely good at ethics. I don't know how much you've been reading the news or watching people in power or interacting with your neighbors or friends, but ethics don't really run wild among human beings, at least not the good ones. The reality is that we are challenged in the types of preparations that we have today. We're challenged in making those decisions because more often than not, we do fall prey to emotions. We do fall prey to biases. We do fall prey to the types of instincts that helped keep us safe in the savannah hundreds of thousands of years ago, but don't do much for us today. At least not to carry our civilization forward. And so, what would an OS like that look like? What can we do to help reprogram this machine to be able to add value, to discern from far more powerful machines? Well, some will be tempted to say, we need to know less. Good news, the superintelligence will have all the information, will give us all the analysis, and then all we have to do is decide. Easy. You may have read some histories or seen some fiction regarding inexperienced leaders. In fiction, often in history, it is royalty that ascends to the throne at a young age. And they don't have much wisdom. And they make some pretty bad decisions because they're not equipped to be good decision makers. They're not equipped to be discerning. At the same time, we all know many people of previous generations who've seen it all, been through it all. Yet when we go to advice and wisdom from them, we find it very hard to believe that their wisdom is the path that we should follow because much of the underlying conditions of the world have changed. So we have these two fascinating prototypes. The lack of wisdom of youth and the misapplied wisdom of old age. And in our current process of acquiring wisdom, the decades that it takes to naturally acquire those types of instincts as the world fundamentally changes and passes us by, we have an enormous lost opportunity. Because if we could take some of those core instincts and provide them to humans in the early stages of their lives, in the parts of their lives when they're at their most productive, they could actually take contemporary contexts and marry them with some of that discernment. But what's involved in that? The first part is something which I think many people will flippantly say is important, but don't actually believe. And that is fundamentals. So much of the fallacies that people believe in, they believe because they fundamentally do not have basic understandings of the way that the world around us is governed, the laws of nature, the laws of mathematics, the laws of probability and statistics. And we teach traditionally those concepts at our learning institutions in such ways that someone can recite them on a test. We don't teach them in a way where the concept and the idea is fundamentally understood and is able to be applied. Not to answer what is the concept, not to answer what is the way in which this concept shows up in nature, but to think about how it applies in a vastly broader way. Think about the concept of friction. Friction is a very basic concept. We understand it, some of us who remember it from physics. You have a little dinky car that you build and you have it go along a surface, and if the surface is really smooth, the car will go further with applied the same force, and if the surface is bumpy, the car will not go very far. Great, very useful. If one understands friction in that sense, we may use it when we play soccer or have some kind of day-to-day utility. If any of us are actually going into fields of designing roads and such, I think people generally understand potholes bad, smooth roads good, though some people didn't get that memo in certain cities. And people think, well, that is the extent of that value. But friction is an incredibly important concept. Friction takes energy. Friction dissipates energy from the goal of what you are trying to produce and expends it in getting over and overcoming certain obstacles. Systems that have friction in them will require more inputs than systems that have less friction in them. We know another concept from laws of nature around evolution, that evolutionary systems that are more efficient overwhelmingly take over evolutionary systems or systems that are influenced by evolution that are inefficient in their use of energy. And if you were to think about it, markets that are frictionless, by and large, dominate markets that are full of friction. When there are high transaction costs for every trade in a market, the value that resources accrue from that market diminish significantly. Whereas the value imbued in markets that have low friction creates high preservation of resources brought in, or energy, in the case of the car. Same concept, same idea, radically different approach to applying it. And understanding in that way every element of the foundations is the first step in discernment. Why is that? It is because that even super intelligences sometimes don't understand fundamentals, because oftentimes their training data is wrong. Conventional wisdom is oftentimes incorrect. One of the greatnesses of the scientific process is that a field can be settled science for decades. Yet if new evidence is presented, sometimes new evidence from AI, settled science can be upended. And oftentimes, there are mistakes in understanding and applying of fundamentals, because usually they come from fields other than the fields in which that knowledge was established. So the ability to understand foundational knowledge and be able to apply it is step one. But then you have to add the way you process that information. When is it relevant to apply a particular piece of foundational knowledge? What are the ways in which the impact of that foundational knowledge will have on a particular question or problem? How do you merge certain elements together to actually expose what is an appropriate pathway to approach while trying to solve a problem? How do you marry various cognitive tools that help you break down problems, reassemble them from their component parts, look at them in different ways, understand how they actually may impact other elements of the system over time, and then be able to abstract your understanding and communicate and work not just with other people, but with machines to explain and produce more and more refined, more and more effective solutions. All of that is a culmination of dozens of tools that lie on hundreds of concepts that you can train the human brain on. And then you have the synthesis. How do you put together an understanding from those various tools and synthesize the product, the solutions, the suggestions that you get from the superintelligence? How do you actually work through a process to be able to understand what are the implications of what will come out, and what types of implications are you willing to live with? Let's go back to the premise of this conversation. I mentioned a possibility that, at least where I'm from in San Francisco, is becoming more and more of an accepted truth to more people. That AI is going to be able to do end-to-end work that may have taken teams of people months to perform in a matter of hours. That may or may not be true. But are we willing to be living in a world where that is true, and none of us are doing anything about preparing human beings for that possibility? Now, whether you assign a 10% likelihood or a 90% likelihood to that outcome, the catastrophic outcomes for employment, for social stability, for the way that our systems operate today is too high of a risk not to have us prepare, not to have us be ready. And frankly, these preparations should have started 30 years ago. And the problem is that if you've been digesting what I've described, is that none of this is fast. Nobody listening to this talk, even if it's truly earnest and they say, wow, this is great, you've given me a blueprint for what to do, I have not. It's far too high level. It doesn't give you the tools that you need. It takes years to be able to master a conceptual understanding across our fundamental laws of the world that we live in. It takes years to be able to introduce and practice the durable tools, skills, cognitive abilities to be able to take those concepts and build upon them. And it will take years to take those frameworks and systems of thinking and apply them to discernment over and over and over again. But the sum total of those years, if done right, can be single-digit numbers of years, as opposed to the 50, 60, 70 years that it takes human beings to acquire some modem of accidental wisdom that by the time they apply or acquire it, now it diminishes in value because the context has changed so much. And because the wisdom they've acquired was not done systematically, was not completed in a way that was rigorous and thorough and explainable. Because ultimately, we are not going to train a world of kings. We're not going to train a world where everybody just makes their own decisions. We live in a world that requires us to work together, that requires us to come to some forms of consensus in our families, in our communities, in our societies, and sometimes across the world. And if we do not have an intellectual language where we can have these types of conversations, where we may be able to agree or disagree, but understand why someone would discern and choose a particular path, a particular solution versus another, then the flooding that we're about to experience of ideas, products, and solutions will be too much for us to handle. And what we will wind up succumbing to will be consensus around emotions. Emotions that human beings are easily able to be manipulated around, because that is so fundamental in the way that we think. It's so fundamental to the way our brain is architected. And you don't need to hypothesize this. You can just look around at what's happening in the world today. You can see vast segments of society that are falling prey to emotion-driven decision-making, manipulated by individuals, by corporations, by political parties, by countries. And they're getting better and better and better at it. And I would suggest that inspirations from institutions like Libertad to take the long road, the hard road, and understand that we have to arm our fellow citizens with tools that they need to be able to counter that is the most imperative thing that we can do as humans. I don't know if it's too late, at least for our generation. But it is never too late to be able to tool as many people as we can. And it'll never be too late to bring future generations along so that they can actually survive and thrive in worlds where perhaps our institutions of education have failed our generation in the past. I hope that all of you, in whatever you do, in any walk of life that you lead, in every direction of influence that you have, think about this proposition and think about what you can do to further it. Because this is not a problem, it is not a mission that any one organization can solve on its own. It is a broader calling, and I hope we all heed it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben. Wow. I love the concept of arming our fellow humans. That is great. And I'm sure Ben vanished immediately. I was just going to say that he'll be around for a little while, but I'm sure we can get to him. Oh, hello, crew. Fantastic. So I think after all of this, I think we agree and have done for some time that if we all start to compete with machines on their terms, we're going to fail. I also think that we agree on, and we've heard it a couple of times now, that if we let new technologies design the future work for us, we're going to fail as well. So one path that I envision right now, and that we are going to be hearing more about right now, is that if we understand our new technologies, if we intentionally design the systems and the institutions around them, and then we double down on being humans, I think that might be a path forward. I am going to welcome now a panel that we have named Becoming More Humans in the Age of Machines. And I'm going to read the panelists for you, because we've got a good crew coming up here. And then afterwards, we all join in and welcome them, okay? We are going to welcome Claudia Cardenas Mendiola, VP of HR at Talent for Process. Okay, 1 and 1. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Anders Finne, FTC, Chair of Human-Centric Leadership. Joana Flores Restrepo, Chief People Officer at Cryo Biotech. And Ana Lucia Hilmayoral, Professor here at the Libertad. Moderating is fan clubs. I want a fan club. And moderator is John Fischetti, FTC Chair of Higher Education Transformation. Welcome. Now.
Thank you, Daniel, and good afternoon to everyone. Buenos dias, and it's an honor to be at this beautiful campus with all of you today. We have the best panel of the whole conference on stage with you. You already heard their esteemed qualifications. We're excited to get busy. So I'm going to give a little anecdote, and we're going to get into this and have everybody, for the first question, give a rapid-fire notion of the future of humanity. But Daniel, earlier today in the first panel, I want to contradict our wonderful colleagues. I'm going to raise the bar. They said, some of you may not have been through traffic yet, they said that at least we still have our humanity. We still have our creativity. AI hasn't done that yet. So I'd like to start this with a provocation. In November of last year, the #1 song on the country music charts in the US, Billboard, remember that? There used to be a print version of it, Hot 100, was written by, produced by, marketed by AI. Now, when we talk about protecting the human experience, it can't have a soul, it can't have a heart. Country music is about being in a pickup truck and being with my girlfriend on a Friday night. There's all this soulful stuff. Interestingly, in the Christian music chart simultaneously, the #1 song was written by, produced by, marketed by AI. People have bought this stuff. I'd like to think that we're going to have to do better, Daniel, about the future of humanity than thinking about a song about love, about emotion, about heartbreak, about divorce. Can't be written by AI and humans won't consume it. They already have. So let's figure out, if our panel can help us figure out what's left for humanity then if we're buying AI product at the #1 level. So I'd love to start with Anders and think about, in a nutshell, where are we headed with humanity? Give that short, sharp response, and we're going to go deeper in just a minute.
Where are we heading with humanity? Is that the question?
Yeah.
We're not heading anywhere. We are still human. We've been human for a long, long time, and I think we're going to be human for a very long time. And then the context we live in changes, but we're still human.
Excellent. We'll just go down the road for this first one.
You make it difficult for me now to yes, we're humans, and we listen. And we listen with all the senses, not only hearing, but really observing, getting to know what's going on, getting to understand the context, getting to understand the emotions of people and how they receive human interaction.
Yep. We'll come back to that in just a minute. That's so amazing.
Well, not easy, no? Thank you. Yes, I think that self-awareness and all the emotional awareness is the difference between human and you and me and the machine or AI, and we need to be really aware of that. Self-awareness of our emotions and intelligence, emotional intelligence.
Yeah, that emotional part is so crucial that possibly machines have, but they're not there yet. All right. What do you think?
Well, I will to start have a confess. I am a believer, but a believer in the human capability. I think we must protect and grow the leadership because it's very important, and humans are the most important thing in our humanity. When we read some about skills, the most important skills are human skills. We can learn whatever, but we have the same brain than the old Egyptian that made the pyramids with other technology, but the same brain. And this could be a very good point to start to think the importance of human being, like in the most important point of view, the ethics. I think ethics is very important.
Have you seen an example in work settings where what you just said has improved, given that human capability, as opposed to the 9 to 5 or the mundane or the routine? Are organizations transforming that human experience in the workplace in an example you can think of?
Yes, for example, when we talk about the jobs, the new role jobs, we have in HR a lot of new models and a new capability. And in this case, we need to be very focused in the specific human being, because you have skills in different levels and in different perspective or scope. And for example, when you have in a job, for example, a marketing assistant, an example, a marketing assistant. Here we have people who will be marketing assistant. And the marketing assistant, 1 year ago, when we make the role description, is different than now, but the person is the same. And we need to know if the people need an upskilling, a reskilling, or new skilling. And in this point of view, you need to be very careful, because you will have 3 different marketing assistants, and one need upskilling, the other need reskilling, and the other need new skilling, because they are humans. And this is the most important thing about the necessity of we connect heart to heart. If you say this is a number, you don't make the right who work with people need to love people. I think we have now a crisis of love.
Fantastic. We could almost stop there, but we have so much more to share, right? Anders, could I ask you to take us to the leadership component of this? Not a lot of leaders will think that way and build that notion of the human capability really being that differentiated. What do you think about what leaders need to do to drive that kind of a culture?
That's an excellent question. We've been talking a lot about leadership in the AI age, and I figured I'd take a really traditional leadership perspective on this. Like, for hundreds or thousands of years, leadership was basically control and efficiency. Like, you mentioned the pyramids. Are the builders building the pyramids, according to plan? That was leadership for many, many years. Then we started slipping into a more digital age, and we started talking about agility and adaptability and, communicating in new ways, which changed leadership a little bit. Now, suddenly, we're overwhelmed with these AI tools, which means that in many cases, we can be, like, ridiculously productive. A junior lawyer today can produce a 100-page, contract between part A and B in 1 minute. But what do we know about that contract? So I'm getting to judgment. I think judgment is so key going forward. And I mean both ethical judgment, I mean competence judgment, like, is this good or not? So my simple answer is, we need judgment.
Fantastic. And Lucia, you might pick up on that around judgment, but what about reasoning to make that judgment?
And common sense.
Yeah.
That is disappearing. I mean, with using that, we are using too much AI. For those people that they are using AI as their own physicians, and sometimes when they have problems, they also go to the AI to ask them, go to people. Even don't want to go to the train. Talk to strangers. They have something to say too. And then you realize that you're okay, right? But it's with human interaction. Gut feeling, that's also disappearing. We're relying too much in how, on the way the AI or the technology is processing that large amount of information. But that doesn't mean that it's sensing the fear people is experiencing. The fear, don't be afraid of the silence. the silence, you can hear the silence too. And the silence has too much to say. That, we talked about that in one of our classes a few weeks ago in negotiation, because they were afraid of the silence. And no, that's when you commit mistakes. I mean, it's really when you are like, I have to say something fast. No, wait, breathe, understand the complex scenario that you have in front of you. And we're missing that, I think, right now. People were asking me, what were the skills that I used to create a system? I'm like, oh, I leave home at 6 o'clock in the morning where it's still dark. So I say hello to every single person I meet. So now the lady that makes the tortas de tamal, that is preparing, she said like, ay, güerita, bendiciones. So I said, bendiciones to you too, I love you. No, I take the Metrobus at 6:05. Sometimes I'm along with the same driver every single time for the last 6 months. It's the same. It was my birthday in October, and I said, like, I feel you're part of my system. You're the closest person, and the first one I talk. I mean, it was a little like because the lady of the tortas was first. And I said, like, I want to share with you that it's my birthday. Next day, I didn't pay for my fare.
Oh, wow.
No, what I said is, that's my security, my safety system at 6 o'clock in the morning when everything can happen in la Colonia Tabacalera. Well, in Reforma, Paso de la Reforma, not that much. No, what I said is we have to understand the way we listen how human interacts, I think is one of the most valuable skills that we have to preserve.
A couple of examples from your brilliant response. Nordstrom clothing store in the US, some of you may have shopped there, and maybe your credit card limit was expired when you went, you couldn't go through the door. They used to have a policy for their customer service and salespeople on the floor. Should you be able to return this at this time, it's past 2 weeks or whatever, they said, use your best judgment. To the person that's right on the ground floor. They didn't have a corporate policy with 18 exceptions. Should you allow the return? You decide in this case. That policy changed when a new CEO came in and they were trying to cut losses. And in the medical profession, the theory really is do no harm. What if you all had just one doctrine? Do no harm, or try not to do harm. Sometimes we accidentally think we're doing well, and then we have to come back, not only apologize and make up for that. So the human common sense and gut response might be leaders who don't need as much knowledge as they do human just instinct. But with the 40% more time we're going to have, Joanna, because of all the tools we have, we can get more creative, which might be our last bastion of hope. What do you think?
For sure. I think that,
There you go.
so, and that everybody is like really afraid when you talk about creative and innovation, because everybody says there's going to be a lot of layoff because the AI machine, all the code do it first and quickly than us. The only question that we as human beings don't ask ourselves is, what is the difference between the machine or AI and us is the emotional intelligence. Why? Because when you have a safe environment, when you have have self-awareness that you know which are your triggers or which things do you don't know or have a scare feelings, I don't know, bad experience, you can be aware that what you need to learn and that open a new world to listen people, to create more ideas, to create different ideas, to listen people, and all that make that if you have to take a decision, you have the calm to take the decision because you are aware of your own and your environment. And that's the difference. When the people say, no, we cannot win between the machine AI or the human being, I was like, no, that's not the way. Because we have emotional intelligence, and that the gift that this give us to us is the all self-awareness that open a whole world about listening, create new things, and take hard decisions in difficult situations with calm that the machine is not going to take all the environment in the same. So I think it's not a challenge to run after the machine or AI. Oh, it's going to be more creative than me. No. It's because we don't need to be creative. We need to have, like everybody says, being human being and start with the self-awareness.
And we may have a little more time to do that because of some of the work being offloaded at the low end anyway to the tools that we have. That could give us the time to actually breathe and be creative, which is a really good human thing. If I could ask you all, we're going to give people Friday to not have an agenda from this, but on Monday, what would a more human-centered organization look like that I could do next week as opposed to put it in strategic plan for 2028 or something? What would you recommend? We have leaders, students, people from all over the world trying to figure out how to manage this. Where do I start to get that love and that compassion you spoke of earlier?
In a simple way, take a cup of tea with each person each day. Simple. I think the most important thing to do is be simple. We have a lot of way to complicate our existence and the existence in companies and the system and the sales and the operation and blah, 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 blah. Don't be complicated. Be simple. Take a cup of tea or water or beer. No, I don't know. No? But for me, it's tea. No? Take a cup of tea with one person every day in your job, in your family, in your building, in your colonia, wherever do you live. Talk. Be human. See to the eyes. Have contact in the eyes. It's not, you don't need money to be human, because now we have a problem. All the people need to know that don't be afraid to lose job. Be focused in redesign jobs. Right. This is the core. Redesign in our hands is a tool to redesign with collaboration, creativity, and purpose. This, for me, is the most important. I talk every week with C-levels, executives, and all have the same. I am alone. I am alone in decisions. I am alone to take decisions. Every week I hear the same and hear the same and take a cup of tea. Could be one time a day, could be a good recipe and simple. The best recipe is simple, not complicated for me.
Yeah, fantastic. And that listening skill that we lose when we think we're experts because our algorithm tells us we are. Fantastic. Anders, what do you think? What can we do to start this next week? We're going to give people after the conference Friday to breathe and reconnect, but Monday we got to change the world, right? So what are we going to do?
Well, I don't know, but I know one other thing that I was thinking about here because I like this cup of tea so much. I'm not sure you know, John, but while I do really like the topic of leadership, at heart I'm actually a skateboarder, which you might not know. So I've been skateboarding for much longer in my life than I haven't. And a while ago, I saw a professional skateboarder I follow on social media write something in the lines of, I'd like to see AI go to the skate park, try the same trick for 3 hours without landing it, having a small mental breakdown, and going to the pub for a beer. And that really spoke to me because, as humans, we do human things. We try things, we go to the pub, we have a beer, that's human. And in the best of worlds, maybe AI could just help us do more of those things and less of the things that we don't really want to do, and AI can do that instead. And that is a very, very simple thought that sometimes it gets so complicated when we think of AI, but maybe just keep it simple and see how can AI just help us do more of the things we want to do.
Ana Lucia, what do you think?
I have one of the best weapons, you won't believe it, but a smile, it takes you far, a good smile. It gives you information, it gives you the response that you were looking for, it gives you the last gossip of the office, it gives you pretty much everything. It will give you will be able to connect the dots, and connecting the dots will give you the answers to all the problems that you have. Yeah. I think that's, I don't drink tea or coffee or mineral water. I don't drink anything. But I know how to smile. And that really, you can use it strategically, even in a very complex, difficult environment. and people hate it or love it, but they still cooperate.
You know, some of the research in the cognitive science about smiling is even if it's a day you don't feel you have a smile in you, if you fake it, just look in the mirror and give yourself the fakest smile, your brain will perceive it as it's going to be okay, 3 seconds. And all of a sudden you're smiling more naturally and your day can improve by that one little trick, 3 seconds. And if you don't like the way you look in the mirror, look at your cat, because the cat is always worth smiling at, right? So that even smiling that isn't genuine because you feel stressed can take the stress away, and that trick can make you feel better. That's no extra charge for being here today. Joanna, what do you think about this notion of taking action on bringing more creativity into the workplace?
I think that we need to embrace all the mistakes that we do. Because with AI, everybody is like, perfect, I know everything in 2 seconds. Of course, I can do it. Okay, I don't need to ask for a favor or to somebody explain me or give me some information about that. No. So I will say that embrace your mistakes, because you're going to learn a lot of more from doing mistakes. And also when you want to innovate, the bad ideas have the best good idea, because you have different point of view. So my recommendation will be that embrace your mistakes to get a lot of innovation, and leave your ego outside the room, because everybody's, I know, I cannot be the last one. I need to do everything. Of course, I know. I don't know. But AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever, and we lose all that personal feeling and human being relations.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think in the time that we spend doing that, we create a culture of more optimism, which means we have fewer of the other HR problems that are facing a lot of organizations where people feel threatened or put upon as well. And so when you're working with all of the various constituents that you are, how do you drive that home, that if you flip that attitude, some of the people issues, particularly since COVID, that seems to be making everybody grumpy first, complaining first, maybe not in your sector where I go, but he's just worried all the time. How do we bring that cultural shift and that optimism to it to get your outcome of people feeling more like they belong in that place?
Well, I think in a company with a bad culture, you can have a better culture with AI. This is the first, no? AI is not magic, is not Merlin, and mix different things to have a solution. But I think in this specific point of view, I think human beings have a nature. And in that nature, we have instinct, the instinct of fear or fight. In this case, we need to be very careful about if the person feels with you, because we are talking and you have some part of you that I see, another part that I can perceive. Like a behavior expert, I see that the most important of people, no one see. The people don't see nothing. And do you know the stress? I think if you can manage some kind of stress reliever, could be good. It's physiological. It's not about HR. I think the most important thing about AI is AI need to amplify the human capability, not block the human capability. Right. I think this is the most important thing. AI like amplifier this. Because if not, you have problem like, for example, the other day, one of the big four have a problem with Australian government about the report. This is a scandal. In consulting, it's a scandal because you pay a lot of money like client in Australian government for a report, and you have a GPT version. Where is the boss? Where is the manager who reviewed the report? This is about amplifying, and this is the ethic, and this is where is the point of necessary growth for humans.
And it also promotes the diversity you need on your team, because everybody has different human strengths. We don't all want to sound the same or look the same to provide that difference of
Yes,
opinion.
I'm be responsible because when now is on the era of the AI agents, no? I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20 AI agents if I have paid my ChatGPT. I have 20 agents, but it's like have 20 assistant of 1 year of university because it's the same. Come here, please give me the 20 most important speaker about leadership. Your name, okay. Yeah, but this is ChatGPT is not a true. My assistant need. I read, I have a criteria, select, and this is not about the ChatGPT, it's about me. I can say I don't want to work, I use ChatGPT. It's my assistant, it's not my work.
Yep. Yeah, really
Big
good
Four
point.
have problem with this.
Fantastic. That's really, really compelling. All right, I want to get really serious here. Anders, you said skateboarding is one of your diversions and is part of who makes you you. Is there another thing that you do to take that break to stay fresh in the leadership roles that you play?
I mean, lots of things. I hang out with my kids, and it's interesting to see we're talking about using too much AI and becoming, we had this discussion previously, we use so many AI tools that we become maybe a little bit dumb. We don't think anymore. And from a very, very practical leadership perspective, we have the same discussion. You can play PlayStation, but you also have to go to soccer practice, and you have to be happy about. You can play PlayStation, but you also have to go to soccer practice, and you have to be happy about that as well. And then you have balance, and then it works out.
Yeah.
And that's just the same, as for AI tools. You still need to think as well. It's balance.
For our students in the group, finding that balance to keep yourself fresh and alive, and for your own humanity, we have a stand-up comedian amongst us. Is that your escape? Is that where you find the way to regenerate your enthusiasm?
Yes. I need to do, for those who doesn't know me, I do disaster management, pretty much, disaster risk management or disaster risk reduction. So everything is about problems in life. And here in this community, we are problem solvers, right? We are problem solvers, so we really enjoy it, but sometimes you need to relax. And relaxing at the same time that you're creating solutions through comedy is a good way to do it.
Yep. We may have a special show at 9 p.m. We haven't locked it in yet. It might not be in the budget. It might not be in the budget. The $50 from that first gig would be about right for the pay.
It's because I shared that I won $50 in an open mic in Jamaica.
Yeah, so
while I was a consultant for the Jamaican government.
We have to be role models in building this humanity as well, and show our teams, show our students, show our communities that we're human and we're expressing that humanity and not just always in our machines or holding our phones. The average human now, 92% of everyone over 12 has a smartphone in the Western world. And the others they lost theirs or forgot their password. They actually have it, they just can't use it today. They'll get it rebooted tomorrow. So finding that passion that keeps you fresh is as important as the decisions you make. Is there anything that keeps you true to who you are that allows you then to go do the tough things you have to do every day?
Two things. The first one, travel, because it takes me out like around all the things that I know. So I have to pay attention, listen, questions, talk to people, and okay, I don't know. Can you help me how it works here? So the first one, travel, and the second one, like running in the park. Just no machine, maybe music, because I'm from the coast, so I always like music dancing, but that two things.
Yep, it's finding that outlet to keep you fresh and human and healthy. We all know what the temptations are. So we have 1 minute, 45 seconds of this esteemed panel left. Could you give where you would recommend the word of advice for how people can reckon with the daunting nature of where we are and what we need to do? Sort of that couple of real tidbits of advice that you have stored up for this moment.
Yes, only 3.
They got it.
Only 3 words. Elevates human potential. Only that.
Yeah, and I think then tomorrow, innovate again.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't mean you did it because it was Wednesday. You got to do it Thursday, Friday, and come back and do it next week. Great. Joanna?
Yes, I think that self-awareness, empathy, and yeah, those two.
Okay, yeah. Empathy, such a big one that right now we still have, and puppy dogs do as well, so that's a good thing.
AI may support the decision-making process and do it even faster, but only human decisions can make them meaningful. So keep that in mind and let's preserve critical thinking.
Yeah, fantastic. You guys taking notes? This is good stuff. Anders?
The versions of AI that we're using right now are still quite new to all of us. I mean, it's been a few years that we've been using this. And I can't help but think, what will we think in 5 years about the things that we have said today? Like, were we completely off? I mean, did Skynet take us all, or did AI disappear? Like we have no idea. We just know that it goes so incredibly fast. But with that said, I mean, take it a day at a time and be nice to each other.
Yeah, wow. So we've done it. We've gotten our time with 1 second to spare. We want to thank Daniel and FTC and this incredible university for this opportunity. I want to challenge each of you to be true to yourself and true to your values. Strategic plans may or may not be relevant in this funny world, but living your values and accomplishing your value proposition is worth paying attention to. And you might be being diverted by the crisis du jour, but if you stay true to yourself and your values, we'll protect humanity, because we know we're in it to build a better community, a better life, and to improve the human condition. If we focus on that and not just pie on the sky, we will deliver the outcomes and the results will come. As opposed to focusing on the results, focus on our purpose. And our purpose is to share this amazing planet and the precious present with each other. It's been a pleasure to be with you here today to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you. Wow. Cup of tea. I'm going to the cabin now. Thank you. All right, everyone. Now let's bring this home. We are going to next hear from Mark Patterson from Magnet at the Toronto Metropolitan University. Now, to do the bio bit a little bit, not that bit, the biography bit, Mark is the executive director for Magnet, and I always describe, and have referenced it a couple of times today, as the Future of Work Lab of Toronto. That's not, it doesn't make it justice to some extent. Mark's unique position is that Magnet has become a bit of a beacon in Canada and a trusted advisor, almost the government, of distributing funds for workforce development on behalf of the Canadian people. That's, and I always, I mean, we had a breakout session here an hour or so ago, and we were a couple of people that sort of ganged up on Mark and pushed him to the wall here and demanded answers about the future of work. And what I like so much about Mark is that he has got the ability to be the most pessimistic and optimistic person at the same time. And I say that with love, because he's got the ability to, in a very clear-cut way, define terrifying risks while always still being out there fighting the good fight. So, meet my great friend, Mark Patterson.
Thank you, Daniel, for that introduction. It's great to be back in Mexico City. It's one of my favorite cities. I think I mentioned earlier that I had the opportunity to live here for a little more than a year in the late 90s. I got to know the city, and it's one of my favorite cities to visit on a quick 4.5-hour flight from Toronto. So also thank you to the Future Talent Council. I think these discussions are absolutely critical that we are having them today and that we're gathering together in these forums to have discussion. And I just want to set out at the beginning that I'm learning as much today as any of you. This is part of a journey. I was thinking and sitting over there earlier and saying, man, I wish I could change my slides. And I'm always the speaker that the conferences are shouting at or emailing saying, send your slides in, we need your slides. And I always wait till the very last minute because I'm always changing them, especially on topics such as AI. So I've learned a lot today, But what I hope to impart to you is a little bit of my thinking and the thinking that we're working through in Canada and what we're seeing. But it is only coming from a place of learning, and I think it will evolve. I think I just heard Anders say that what are we all going to think in 5 years about what we said today? Because the future is not yet written, right? The future is still up to us to a large degree, and I think that's a call to action today. So I'm going to ask you for 1 minute to just indulge me, and I'm going to ask you to all close your eyes. And after today, and knowing everything that you know and came to the conference and learned in the conference, if you're to think of one word of how you feel about the future, what's the first word that comes to your mind? And I'm going to pick on some people. If you're willing to volunteer, what was the word that came to your mind? Scared? Inspired? Certainty? Sorry. Peace? Yeah. Challenging? So I've been doing these presentations, and I think you already saw it just in a few examples, that there's a wide spectrum, right? I did this presentation probably 3 years ago, and I asked in a small group a word cloud, and you can see excited was one of the main words, but also fearful, uncertain, apprehensive, curious, fantastic. Somebody said thirsty, and I've been forever interested in who was actually thirsty. I don't know if they were thirsty for the future or they were just actually thirsty, but that was the words. But you can see, and what I've learned over the last while of doing these presentations is we're actually all both. Depending on the perspective you're taking in the moment, we're both excited, but also fearful. And it's because AI is a tool that could bring out and amplify the best of humanity, but it also could bring out and amplify potentially the worst of humanity. In my discussions as well, it's not just that we're dealing with technological transformation or AI, right? It's a very interesting world right now. Lots of challenges. So demographic shifts, trust, legitimacy, and social cohesion in our institutions. Certainly geopolitical and trade realignment, if you're thinking about North America with Canada and Mexico, it's top of mind for all of us. So there are many things, right? And all of these things are having an impact at the same time that we're trying to figure out what the impact of AI is. But in my discussions with leaders across Canada and around the world, one of the things that I find, and we've talked about a lot today, but I still find we haven't really grasped or don't have the right intuition about how fast things are actually changing, right? Now, this is a very complicated diagram, but I'm trying to point out that, you know, we are at it feels like the curve of the hockey stick if we were to graph this. But what's interesting is AI is actually running a few exponentials right now, right? It's not only the advancements in the algorithms, there's also the advancements in the hardware, the GPUs, and the massive build out of the data centers that are happening, especially in countries like US and China. So you have 3 exponentials happening at the same time. Do any of you remember when you wouldn't trust ChatGPT to tell you the answer to 2 + 2? And now, today, ChatGPT 5.2 is solving some of the most challenging mathematical problems that humans, or even the most elite mathematicians, were only able to solve. And that is only in the last year and a half, right? It just gives an example of how fast things are changing. And I use this tweet. This was a tweet that David Sachs, who's the chief senior policy advisor to the Trump administration in the US, and I got blamed one time for bringing this up, that I somehow, by mentioning David Sachs, had the same political views. That's not my point. I'm trying to say that this is the perspective inside the Trump administration, And he's actually right. It's actually, at least so far, trending to be correct. He said in April that by the end of this term of the Trump presidency, AI will be 1 million times more powerful than it is today. And again, the reason is you have the 3 exponentials happening. So most of our leaders don't understand how fast things are changing. And I said this earlier today, but it's not just the chatbot. It's not just ChatGPT, which is most people's interface, some form of chatbot. It's how AI, machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, agentic AI, and now physical AI is changing every single technology in every single role in every single industry, or at least has the potential to. And so one of the things we work on a lot or think about is in Canada, like in Mexico, the majority of our labor force works in small and medium-sized businesses. And they often don't have the capacity to adapt or develop technology. So if you have technology advancing at such a rapid rate, you'll have some companies that are potentially positioned to take advantage of that, right? Think Amazon's, Google's, all the AI-first companies. But the rest, you'll have a spectrum of ability to adopt and or adopt and execute effectively, right? Which we're already seeing. And it's not just about the technology, it's all of the other components. And so, interesting story, I was actually on an airplane landing last week in Ottawa, and as the landing gear went down, as I'm landing, I just had a random thought, you know, I need a diagram to explain this concept of how rapidly the technology is changing, but we're going to have uneven adoption. 10 seconds later, after putting in a very simple prompt, this is the image that came out. Does anybody remember, like 6 months ago, when you actually prompt for an image? Like everything was spelt wrong. This literally did the research. It's called Nano Banana Pro. It's a Gemini Google tool. What was produced 10 seconds later. And now most of my presentations will have this just to show the example. But again, just another concrete example of how fast it's changing. And so I have 3 things that I want you to take away from this presentation today. What are the 3 things that I think we should be doing? And there are a lot of great ideas. I think today we've heard, even on the previous panel and all the other panels, that are really important. And I would fit a lot of them within this. And Ben's presentation from Minerva and so on, a lot of the things you're going to hear from me are similar. But I'm not as worried about AI as I'm worried about the lack of leadership in the age of AI. When I go across our country, meet with the presidents of our colleges and universities, government, et cetera, and I see that nobody actually knows what's happening or how fast it's happening, that concerns me. So I think this idea of leadership and governance, how do we build leadership? How do we build governance? We're trying to work in the sphere of influence that we can, and we are developing a masterclass series for leaders leading in an age of AI, and we'll be working with the Future Talent Council on this as well, and hiring and engaging some of the top thought leaders in this space, because I think this is a critical area. For those of you that have not read it yet, this came out last week. Does anybody know who Dario Amodei is? Right, so he's the CEO of Anthropic, which has the Claude models, the leading models in coding, et cetera. And these are just a few of the quotes. And this is where Daniel says, sometimes I terrify people, but I think it's really important. Often when I'm speaking and I talk about some of these things, I will see people turn away. Like literally, not only physically, definitely emotionally, but sometimes physically. Like, I don't want to look at this, right? I would encourage you, we need to look at it and come together to figure out how to address it, because looking away is not an option. But he posed a question because he believes, and he says, I may be wrong, right? But that within 2 to 3 years, we will reach some form of AGI, artificial general intelligence, where a large language model will be better at many fields than the best human being. Now, we're not going to, in my opinion, get there on the current architecture, but I think new things are in work. So we can still keep scaling what we're doing. But he poses a thought experiment in this essay. Suppose a literal country of geniuses were to materialize somewhere in the world, imagine 50 million people, all of whom are much more capable than any Nobel Prize winner, statesman, or technologist. And what he's basically saying is that a large language model, you could have 50 million different agents with different focuses and different approaches, red teaming each other, being antagonists to each other. What would that mean if that showed up in one country, not only one country, but one data center in one company? Right? And that's the kind of question we actually should be asking. And his position is that, and I mean, he's at the center of developing one of the best models that's most likely to get to this state. He's saying humanity is about to be handed almost unimaginable power, and it is deeply unclear whether our social, political, and technological systems possess the maturity to wield it. Right? And I actually believe that's true. Now, will we get to that? Like I said, he can't guarantee it. But most of the people at the core of this believe, you know, you're arguing whether it's going to be in the next 2 years or the next 5 years, not whether it's going to happen. So he also goes on to say, I believe we are entering a rite of passage, both turbulent and inevitable, which will test who we are as a species. So this is one of the top developers of AI. I encourage you all to read the essay if you haven't read it. So I think leadership and governance is critical. Are we abdicating the leadership just to the technology companies? Big question we should be asking. What's it mean in a state where you have, you know, all countries competing? What does it mean in a state where 2 countries in the world probably are going to have most of the infrastructure, right? And how does that play out? What should we be doing for humans? We've talked about a lot of aspects of this today. I think it's absolutely critical. I used to, if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have said, you know, we should be doing more AI literacy, because a report just came out that Canada ranks 44th out of 47 countries in AI literacy and trust. We're grouped with all of the other first world countries down at the bottom of the list. And so, you know, AI literacy, it's important. And I'm not diminishing the need to learn the skills, to use the tools correctly. I think it's really important. But there's something deeper. There's something more foundational that's really, really important right now. And I've just, you know, there's other models that talk about this. But I've come up with this term, adaptive human potential. It's not about teaching a skill. It's about teaching our young people and all of us to be more adaptive. This was a quote that about 10 years ago I saw it. It was actually as it came out in a Harvard Business Review article in 1988. But it really stuck with me when I saw it even a decade ago, and I use it often. But I won't read the whole quote here. You can read through it if you want. But the point I want to bring out is that we need to become willing to be a novice over and over again in our careers. We need to be curious, to be excited even about what the potential could be. We need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. This is what I think we need. And so the 4 pillars that I think, and this is a work in progress, guys. I would love everybody here to contribute to it. But we need a better way to sense what's happening, what's really happening in the world. The information ecosystem is confused, but we need better mechanisms. Whether you're a post-secondary institution, a program advisory council where you talk to business once every 2 years is not enough, right? We need better sensing mechanisms, whether we're individual, organizational, or at the societal level. We then need to be able to understand the skills we have, and we need to be able to realign our skills and acquire new skills quickly, right? But again, it's a skill, the core foundation of being adaptive. We need to somehow build that in. We then need to be able to execute in a way that creates value, and we have to do it in an ethical, responsible way with trust and inclusion in mind. That's what's going to be really important. So again, work in progress, but I just was finding, I was being on a stage on panels, what do we need to do? We need to be more adaptive, or we need to have lifelong learning or embrace lifelong learning. I think we need to do a better job, and I'm not saying this is it, but of being able to articulate that to our young people and to everybody in our societies. We need to move from fixed mindsets to growth mindsets, another framework, really, really important. And we need entrepreneurial mindset. In Canada, right now, I get constantly asked, what are the jobs of the future and what are the skills we need to teach people for those jobs? I think we're asking the wrong question. We shouldn't even be using the framing of jobs, right? If things go, and I won't go in too deep in this, I'm running out of time, but we need, again, to create people that are adaptive. The opportunity, I believe there will be more opportunity. There will be more opportunity created than AI removes. But are we teaching our youth and our people to see that opportunity? No, we are not right now. And that's why I get excited about schools like Libertad and so on, that are embracing new ways, that are breaking old models and thinking about new ways to develop talent. We need to be doing more of that. And the other thing, I won't go into this, some of you are more technical and are interested, I really believe that there is a need for sovereign, interoperable digital infrastructure layer. This is the infrastructure projects that countries should be thinking in this age, like we thought about highways in the 50s or railroads before that. This is what creates an opportunity to embed ethics, responsibility, et cetera, in a way. It plugs in all of the large language models and tools, but it creates an abstraction layer that protects our data sovereignty, our privacy. We can avoid vendor lock-in. There are ways to do this that are really exciting, and we're pushing pretty hard on the federal government. It's not one technology platform. It's more about interoperability standards in countries and across countries that I think is becoming very, very important. If you haven't noticed, in the tech stack, the technology stack of any platform, the user interface layer and the application layer is disappearing. What's going to matter is how the underlying layers are structured, and we are all going to be using far more multimodal interfaces in a very near future. Websites, a lot of other things are going to go away very, very quickly. So we need to be ready for that. So my key message for you today with 41 seconds left, my last slide, is the greatest danger in times of turbulence, this was Peter Drucker, is not the turbulence. It's to act with yesterday's logic, right? And companies, and I would argue organizations or countries, will fail because they continue to do what made them successful in the past. And this is most important for first world countries that have built systems that got us here, but what got us here will not get us in the future. So that, I think, is important. We can build. I am actually worried, like I said, but I'm also incredibly excited. I believe there is a very bright future, but it's not written yet. If you've ever seen Tristan Harris, those of you may know from the Center for Humane Technology, he has a little graph where he talks on one side we could tend towards chaos in society, the other side we could tend towards authoritarianism, but in the middle there's this path that could lead to abundance, could lead to You know, really exciting future. That's the path I want, but it's not written and it won't write itself. If we abdicate our responsibility in helping write that, we will end up in one of the other futures. So the call to action for all of you today is do what you can. You know, I had one of my team members said, I'm so upset about the potential negative impacts. I said, if we all do what we can in our sphere of influence, et cetera, and we all work together, and we build collaboration through partnerships like the Future Talent Council, if we come to events like this and we take agency that we have over the future, we can actually have a very abundant, exciting future. We might have a little bit of rough water, that's my personal opinion, to get there, but we can get there, but it won't happen on its own. So let's do it together. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everybody, for listening at the end of a long day.
Thank you, Mark. Wow. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Mark. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end this with a bang. We've been talking all day about the future of talent and work and future talent strategies. Now we're going to have a look at a very practical case study of how a fantastic forward-looking talent strategy, a human-centric organizational plan, increased company valuation, basically. The bottom line. In 2025, I'm doing this from memory, that's always dangerous if you're me, but the US company Dr. Swatch, a men's grooming company, I say soap company, not sure it's popular, was acquired by Unilever for $1.5 billion. It is being widely reported, and we'll hear the truth here now, that the companies and the brands' unique ability to attract, retain, and develop talent was a contributor to a premium valuation in that exit. Now we're going to meet Jackie. She's the Chief People Officer at Dr. Squatch, now part of Unilever, and she was a part of constructing that talent strategy and operated it all the way to exit. Please join me. We're also going to hear, she's going to be here telling her story, moderated by my dear colleague Emir Setinel. He's the director of the Strategic Insight Networks at Future Talent Council. And we're also joined by Pedro Lopez Sela, managing partner at Frizz on Capital, a venture capital firm, so that we can get the talent perspective, the operational perspective, and the investment perspective on this incredible story. Please join me in welcoming these lovely people.
All right, good afternoon. We've got an audience here. Let's do a quick show of hands. I want to understand who's in the audience today. Do we have entrepreneurs here? Anybody who has their own company? Who's an entrepreneur here? I know you're in the honey business, Ivan. Wonderful, we've got entrepreneurs over there, excellent. And do we have colleagues in the HR space? We've got 2, 3, oh, Christina's over there, excellent. We've got colleagues over here, perfect, awesome. Daniel did the intro. The premise for today's conversation is to understand if you manage and invest enough in your people operations, if you work hard to build a vibrant culture where people feel they can reach their potential, that does have a financial implication. Now, that may not be the goal for you if you're an entrepreneur. That may not be the goal, but it's an outcome. It's a good outcome, and we've got a good case here. Jackie is the Chief People Officer of Dr. Squatch, as Daniel mentioned, which was acquired by Unilever for $1.5 billion. And Jackie joined the organization about 3.5 years ago. And so we're going to ask her a couple of questions about what did you do, why did you do, how did you do this, so that at the end of the session, even if we can inspire just one of you to think a little bit differently about people operations, I consider that as a win. And then Pedro is here because he's on the buyer/investor side of things. He views a lot of companies to invest or not invest in and considers the people operations a big part of that investment decision. So he will give us that second perspective, the other side of the table. So I look forward to this conversation. And Jackie, I would like to start with you. to set the stage, now you've got your background and you've worked for a lot of big global brands. As you moved to Dr. Squatch about 3.5 years ago, what do you think was a thing that you brought to the table? That's the first part of my question. And the second part is, what was the one thing that you think was absolutely critical to fix if there was any need for fixing? Let's start with that story, and then we'll try to break that down.
Yeah, first of all, thanks everyone for sticking it through to the very end today. So when I joined Dr. Squatch, it was still in startup mode, which is kind of unbelievable when you think only a few years later it was acquired by a major strategic. And when it was in startup mode, it was kind of chaos, as you might imagine. We had a lot of heart. Let me start with the good stuff. A lot of heart. A lot of people working really hard, going in the right direction for the company. We hired a lot of smart people that were really humble and willing to work hard. What we didn't have was infrastructure, especially in HR. There was no chief people officer prior to me. So we didn't have some of this kind of back office stuff that maybe everyone takes for granted, but certainly came out in diligence as a plus, that we had that hygiene. And these are things like, you know, all the sexy stuff, compliance and payroll and safety and commercial insurance. So all those things had to be the foundation of the house before we could start building a culture on top of that.
You had to start with the unsexy stuff, right?
Unsexy stuff to start, but then you have to lean into the more interesting pieces, or maybe more dynamic pieces, or known pieces of engagement. So, you know, I think it's really hard sometimes in HR for us to say, well, this is quantifiable. This is a quantifiable result that we got from engagement. But it is, and we had to build a strategic approach to it also. So instead of kind of having these random cocktail parties that were really fun but were happening, all of that is now tied to strategy. So it's tied to product development. It's tied to our learning and development cadence. We have a tentpole process, so we've got our big events, our big learning and development events, and then we have a smaller drip of events throughout the year that keeps touch points going, and then we measure against that. So when I started, none of that infrastructure was there. It was a great culture, but we had to level it up and go to 2.0.
That's a good start, and then we're going to double click on some of those areas. Wonderful. Pedro, I mentioned you look at a lot of companies to invest in or not. When you look at it, when you look at the people story, how do you know it's real or not? How do you differentiate if it's just good storytelling or not? I'm curious to know, what do you ask for in your diligence when it comes to the people side of things?
That's a great question. And one of the learnings that we had throughout the years, based on people that do internal communications, is that there is kind of like a desired culture by the founders of the company, and there's a real culture that is actually lived on a daily basis. So whenever we do diligence on a startup, we talk to mid-level and we talk to low-level employees to understand if what's on the wall about the mission and the values and all that stuff is actually working or not. And you get surprised plenty.
Wonderful. So the mid-level, the lower level, that conversation is actually more real, quote unquote, than what you might see on the company website.
If you're able to make the open question to them of what would happen, for example, if somebody had a failure, would they fire that person? Would they learn from that and recover? That kind of internal process says a lot about a startup.
Wonderful. Jackie, you mentioned you did many things, some of them more foundational and quote unquote unsexy, to build on top of that. What are as you reflect back on the last 3.5 years, what are the three things, because apparently humans like to think in terms of threes, what are the three things that you're most proud of, the decisions that you think made the biggest difference? And in human resources, it can be sometimes criticized as not having the right metrics or not having enough metrics. How do you track that? Were you able to couple some of those decisions? And maybe it was difficult, I don't know, but were you able to couple some of those decisions that you made and the changes you made with some certain metrics?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the three things I would say are, first of all, OKRs, tying people, processes, and people achievement into our full company OKRs. So we do have a standalone OKR for the people function. Having that goes out full company is critical because they're used to seeing revenue and results numbers. They are not necessarily used to seeing people numbers. So how do we tie our value, our achievement to the people function? Because we all know there's no executional strategy without people. However, actually putting that on the page and reminding the company of that at your monthly all hands is a different process. The second thing that I was alluding to earlier is learning and development and engagement. These are really big words, but we tie learning and development to company need. So how do we know what the company need is? Well, we ask them. We do a lot of engagement surveys. It's still a small company, so we can also kind of just talk to people a lot. But in the engagement surveys, we write those ourselves. Speaking in the age of AI, we do not use AI. We don't use a platform like Lattice or anything like that. We write our questions because we know what we want to know more than anyone. And then we action against that. The third piece of understanding what kind of engagement and learning you need to add is we do individual development plans. So instead of having everyone kind of come up with whatever they want to learn, which is what an individual development plan is, we give them a framework. What are the knowledge, abilities, skills that they want to have in the next year's time? And then we take their selections and apply that to L&D. So it's an all the way through strategy that is continuous touch points of feedback to us. And we do something similar with engagement. So I think engagement, people think, oh, is it, everyone's happy to come to work and pizza parties. And it was, and that was fine, and that's actually a good place to start, but it's always tied to something. Is it a product launch? Is it an opportunity to have a speaker? Is it an opportunity to really interface with someone who's at a very senior level at Unilever now? Those are just some examples. Or we also do big, fun, big, broad events like Squatchapalooza that I will tell you all about at another time. A full day of fun and engagement for everybody. The third thing, sorry, there's one more thing that's critical, is we do not keep jerks. Like fire jerks, even brilliant jerks, will bring your organization down. Don't keep them. It's probably the number one thing that we've done right.
Wonderful. I will get back to that statement. Don't keep jerks as a part of your organization.
No.
That I will remember. Thank you. Building on what Jackie was just mentioning, from your investor lens, what are maybe one or two of the levers from the people operations that change the structure of the valuation, the price, the certainty of the deal? What are some of those people infrastructure levers? Is it churn rate? Is it something else? Are there certain things that you look at to say, all right, this would change the valuation of this company?
It kind of depends on the size of the company, but when you're in early stage, we want to look at recruitment, we want to look at training, and we want to look at churn. Those things are critical because that'll help us understand the red flags in the organization, especially in specific areas or departments. If you have one unit that for some reason has people that are failing at training or that has a lot of churn, that should give a sign of probably a leader not working for the organization.
And it's aligned with what Jackie was saying. So this was not planned. So I'm glad to hear that. Jackie, you told us about the good things. Why don't you tell us a bit about a moment where your culture was tested, maybe a conflict, a hard call over the last 3.5 years, and how did you guys react to it, and what was the outcome?
That's a great question.
It feels like an interview question, like as in a job interview. I apologize for that. But I think there's a ton of learning in that, so I'm curious to know.
Okay, well, because as I said, when I started, it was kind of unstructured, meaning hiring was out of control. You need somebody, hire them. Promotions, out of control, without any guidance. So we've put in a lot of guidance in the last few years to make sure that there's understanding about what does it take to get promoted. It doesn't mean you've been in your job for 6 months. Be a little broad, more broad than that. So because of the lack of those guidelines, we had to do a RIF. And at Dr. Squatch, this was unheard of. The company's making money, everybody's happy, everyone's engaged, and we had to cut back some of our workforce. It wasn't a huge number of people, it was more of a huge percentage for us. And then that was coupled with closing a manufacturing facility in one location and moving it to another. So how did we manage to get through the culture with that? Communication is really important, and a dignified exit. Like it's even if the person's a jerk, and I don't want to sound flippant, like just fire them. No, them going away happy is critical. Anyone going away feeling that they've been treated in a dignified way is critical to recovery from a situation like that.
Wonderful. And I want to a little bit build on that. Imagine a buyer, a potential buyer comes up and says, you're a very fun brand. And Dr. Squash really is, to those of you who do not know, I urge you to check their advertisements and their website. I think they're a very fun, humorous brand that's very in touch with the current culture. But when a buyer says that, all right, this is a fun brand, but how do you show me that your people operations can scale? There's merit in that? Like, what do you show? And I know you already touched on this a little bit when I asked you about the metrics, but what do you show them? What do you tell them? Is it just like Pedro was saying, allow them to have conversations with the middle management or the lower level, or is it something else? What would that be?
Well, I think as metrics go, people growth against revenue, something everybody wants to know about. Number of people against revenue. And in our case, since we've gone through acquisition, we know the revenue number and the number of people at the company, and kind of do the math, that the per person number is quite extraordinary. So we would present that we run lean, which is the opposite of what I just said, where we were. We had to pull that back in and run really lean. The other thing that I think is important that's not necessarily a metric, but is important, is an aligned executive team. So a team that really is built on the foundation of trust, really does engage in healthy conflict, reaches consensus, and works to results. That's critical to our success, and also was something that Unilever was interested in at our first presentation, our first management presentation. The feedback was, you guys seem really aligned. You're saying exactly the same things about the business. That doesn't mean we're all the same people. It doesn't mean anything like that. But it means that when we walk out of the room, if there's any conflict, we've resolved it, and we're all going to be moving in the same direction. So it's not consensus. It's just alignment.
Wonderful. Seems like you two are in agreement.
All
so I'm
right,
glad to hear that.
I like this.
Pedro, you saw at the beginning, we have colleagues who are entrepreneurs, who are operators. What would you wish for them to better understand or better know from your perspective on how capital interprets the people operations and people decisions?
I guess it kind of depends on the specific fund, but specifically for us, people are strategy. It doesn't really matter if you have a fantastic technology or a good production line. If you do not have the right people in place, then the business is not scalable, full stop. And for that, you need that infrastructure Jackie was talking about. You need that foundation where everybody understands the vision of the business, there's alignment, everybody knows their own responsibilities, they're accountable for that, and they're willing to fail safe between the team and correct while they're moving along. So if you're able to do that, then you're safe, you're scalable, and people are going to be interested in you.
Wonderful. Jackie, first and foremost, is there, from the flip side, as you're the entrepreneur / the operator side of things, I wonder if there's anything that you wish the capital side of things knew better. I would like to know that. And if not, I would also like you to think about the one message that you want to leave the audience with today. What's the one thing that they should remember from this conversation? So Jackie, I'll start with you. I know I asked you two questions, so you feel free to answer whichever you like. And then Pedro, I'll hand it over to you.
I mean, I think the capital side, fail safe, is amazing. That's the first time I've heard someone in your position say that. Absolutely critical to our culture, because one of our core values is bold and innovative, and you can't be bold and innovative if you're not willing to take risks. And you're not going to take risks if there's not safety. And you're not going to do it unless you can fail and just recover and fail upward and tinker and figure out what operates the best. So we're humans, we're all going to make mistakes, and as long as those are well-intended and we recover quickly, it's fine. So I really do think that investors should know that. That's incredibly critical to a culture. It's not always something somebody says. Usually you try something and don't succeed, that's usually pretty bad. I guess depending on the scale of that. So I think that's incredibly important, psychological safety, and also just not keeping around the people that aren't, pulling their weight, or as I said earlier, are jerks. If they're unkind, if they're running a team that's poor, if they see high churn, to your earlier point, if you have a lot of middle managers leaving from one department, that's a red flag. That manager is not doing their job. If you try to turn it around and they don't, they can't be a part of the organization. They will bring down everyone else, especially their own department, and you will lose good people. So just, if you're going to teach people, if you're going to give them learning and development and engagement, just make sure you're giving it to the right people. I think that's probably my biggest takeaway.
Thank you. Pedro.
Let me jump quickly to one question that we talked about before, the start, the stop, and the KPI, which I loved, by the way. Start, I would say, thinking of HR as something critical to the business. It is not a cost unit. It is something that will actually define the journey of scaling or not. Stop hiring people that you think fit the technical profile, but they're not humane enough to be part of the organization. They're not gentle enough to other people. For us, human quality is a lot more important because you can train technical skills. Metric. There's this phrase from Sir Richard Branson, which I love, that says, take care of your employees because they'll take care of your clients. And he uses one metric for his all of his businesses, which is happiness of the employee. And when I learned that, I was just blown away. And every time we are able to talk to somebody, we always ask that question: what's the happiness level of your team? And you get very interesting answers.
Wonderful. And I honestly look forward to following up on this through the breaks tomorrow. I don't know if you're going to be joining us. I know that Jackie's going to be with us. But I urge all of you to follow up with our wonderful colleagues for this chat. I don't know if we have time for any questions. If there is any question in the audience, I'm happy to hand over the mic. And let me quickly check. Seems like, oh, there's one question over there. Thank you, Daniel. It's not open. All right, third time's the charm. Oh, yeah.
There it goes. So over the past few weeks, I've been reading a lot about how AI is going to be changing the way we actually hire people. But one thing that I've been questioning is that companies may be a 1 billion company valuation or something like that with 1 people. How do you guys see that going? Is that something that you can see as a potential investment in a company that way, or that's just out of the books and out of the question?
I think it's more.
Yeah, it's more for.
It's more of an investor question, right? Yeah.
So we've heard very diverse opinions on AI, all the way from Elon Musk saying by end of 26, AI is going to reach human intelligence, all the way to people from Singularity University saying we're still a long way to go there, right? For us specifically, AI is just a bubble at the moment, and it is, I think, more human augmentation than human replacement. Whenever we see a deck that says something about AI, we really take a lynx arm on reading that, because it's a buzzword for us right now. We haven't seen anything except, the big guys, the DeepSeeks and the OpenAI doing something. Most people are working on agents that are being developed on stuff that is owned by somebody else. And then you have these crazy founders that are saying that they're going to build a massive company with just 2 guys and agents. And at least nobody has proven them right.
Wonderful. I hope this answers the question. And I want to just thank you all for being here. This is the last session of the day, so I appreciate this. And in the beginning, as I said, if this conversation, albeit this was a short one, but even if it inspired you to think a little bit differently about people operations and talent management, I consider that as a win. So I want to applaud you for being here and for listening to this conversation, and thank you for your question, and thank you to my great panelists for sharing some of their journey with us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much. I love, this is someone that puts the money where the mouth is, so to speak, right? That no one can fool you because it will cost. Thank you all. Like Amir said, this is the last session of today, and I really want to thank you for being here with us, you brave souls, all the way to the end. But yeah, it ended with a bang. That was a fantastic conversation. Thank you for that. Tomorrow morning, we are here starting at 10 a.m. I welcome you all back by then. Tomorrow is designed as a shorter day. It's 10 to 2. And then after 2, we're going to do facilitated networking. So if you have any ambitions, you want to connect to someone special, if you have a special interest, you want to know what's in the Future Talent Council ecosystem and who we know that can help you to the next step, that's after 2 p.m. is the key session for that. Because then we're going to be mingling. There'll be some cocktails for anyone that wants that kind of thing. That's where you find me. And then, but primarily, we're going to help you with, facilitating one-on-ones, introductions, whatever can help you push your organization, your ambition forward. So with that, a big applause for everyone that's been working here today, and thank you so much, and see you tomorrow morning.